Okay, so I figured I'd start with my Xbox 360 games. Now these are my American 360 games. I'll save my Japanese ones for later since they're not easily accessible at the moment. So, first one I'm going to have the pre-owned, certified pre-owned GameStop cases. Oh yeah, exotic in Japan. Soul Calibur 5 for Xbox 360. I really like this game actually. I got this game because my friend, shout out to him if he does, I don't know if he watches my videos, he probably doesn't, but a good friend of mine, I've known him pretty much all my life, introduced my brother and me both to Soul Calibur 5 on PS3, and so when I found it on 360, even though it's in one of these cases, I decided to pick it up. So, really cool. Next, GTA 4. Again, you know, don't mind this. I think this stain happened in shipping, to be honest. But, yeah, Grand Theft Auto 4, really cool game. I have a video about that in the works, so that's pretty cool. And the last, generic GameStop pre-owned case is this Forza Motorsport 2. Which is too bad because I actually really like the cover for this game, but you know, it is what it is. Next, actually, okay, good. Duke Nukem Forever. That's right. I just made a video about this game. Curiosity killed the cat. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? All right. Next, we have Forza Motorsport 4. Now, I tried to take that label off at some point, I guess, but, you know. I actually got this right before I came to Japan, actually, and it's the Essentials version, so it comes with all of the DLC on his second disc. Remember when data used to be on the physical media? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Next is Far Cry 2. I'm actually going to move these out of the way. Far Cry 2, one of my favorite games of all time. Yes, this runs like garbage to today's standards on the 360, but I love it all the same. Screen tearing, low, like sub 30 frames per second, honestly sub 20 in some cases. I don't really care. I really like this game, and yeah, I know there's cut content. There are some weapons that you can't get in this version that you can in the PC. I really don't care. I really like this game. Always have, probably always will. Next, we have Halo 3, really awesome game. I actually played through this recently on the Master Chief Collection on PC. Dude, the ending cutscene to this hit me in such... I can't even describe it. It just came out of nowhere. I'm just like, bruh! Such a... Like, I'm imagining what it must have been like in 2008. I think that's when this came out. In 2008, when this was new, and like for people experiencing this at the for the first time, you know, after Halo CE and Halo 2 had just come out on the Xbox, waiting for this to come out and then experiencing this game. Oh, it must have been something. But man, even it holds up, because even in 2024, when I played through this last, amazing. Next, we have Call of Duty 3, the first Call of Duty I played, although the version I first experienced was on the PS2, which apparently is like the worst version, or at least one of the worst versions. I actually do like this game. I played it on the Wii also, but the motion controls don't really work with the QTEs as well as just like the regular QTEs, although to be honest, I mean, you could just not have the QTEs. But, you know, other than that, you know, it's pretty great. Why is it purple? Oh, that's weird. Anyway, next is Halo 4. Now, when I first played this game, I actually really liked it. I thought it was pretty cool, but then after playing through the other games and then coming to this one, it's actually kind of funny. I forgot this one existed. When I was telling a friend, oh yeah, I played through all these, all the Halo games on the Master Chief Collection, I said Halo Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, and Halo Reach. Totally forgot about this game, even though I did finish it, unfortunately. But I have ideas for this. I want to get Halo 5. That's why I got an Xbox One, actually. But, yeah. Interesting story. Not horrible story, I don't think. But the direction they took the characters is definitely something... leaves something to be desired, but, you know. Birds of Steel. This is like the prequel to... that one free-to-play game that now is delisted from Steam. War Thunder. This is the progenitor to that, and I'm so glad I got this, because now, you know, you can't even get War Thunder anymore, but, you know, this is actually pretty cool. I actually prefer it to War Thunder. It's more of a simulation than it is an arcade World War II shooter, and it just, in my opinion, just played better. Really cool. You can customize your own missions, too. Tons of replay value here. I haven't finished the story, though. I should probably get on that. Anyway, next. This was amazing right here. This game, you can't get this anymore. These games were all delisted from Steam last year. But on Xbox 360, Dreamcast Collection, we got the Bass Pro Fishing. We got Sonic Adventure, Space Channel 5 Part 2, and Crazy Taxi. I got it for these two games. This game is also lit, and I actually want to try this one. Maybe I'll get all of the achievements on this. That could be a video. Next. My battery's dying, so I gotta do this quick. Sorry about that. So, Sonic 06. So great, I bought it twice. Yeah, I have it for 360 and PS3 now. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like this. I'm looking forward to actually revisiting this relatively soon. So, I'm so glad I finally have this copy again. This runs way, way better than the PS3 version. PS3 version kind of feels like it runs at half speed. Next, Sonic Generations, must have. I couldn't find Sonic Unleashed at that particular GameStop, but I could find this. This was just as well, honestly. I mean, this is an amazing game. And Sonic X Shadows Generations, I almost bought that twice. Now that I have a PS5, I almost got the PS5 version yesterday, but I refrained. One day I will, though. And I will platinum that game. But yeah, no, this is a really, really awesome, great Sonic game. And last but not least, probably the most rare, in quotes, game that I have is Otomedius Excellent. I actually got this like on my last day ever in Hawaii, at least as of recording this. Like one of the last game I got while in Hawaii. And this, in fact, this GameStop doesn't exist anymore. It closed down years ago. But I'm so glad I have this game, even though Customs didn't really do a very good job with it. What are you gonna do? Don't you just love it? Anyway, those are my 360 games. I have quite a few. Let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 14 US 360 games. Are these valuable now? I got these for pretty cheap at the time. As I drop a game. Oh, nice. Now I gotta go charge my camera battery. Isn't that swell? But through the magic of editing, you won't see the time go by. Oh, what is that rated? It's rated T. And through the magic of editing, we've returned. And to continue the Xbox 360 part, I'm going to show you now my Japanese 360 games. So first we have Forza Horizon. I'm really actually glad that I got this game because, of course, 4 is not available anymore, at least online, of course. And the Xbox One is backwards compatible with the 360 version of Forza Horizon. In fact, of all of the Forza games between Motorsport and Horizon, only this game is backwards compatible, which I found pretty fascinating. And so that's going to be the theme for these 360 games, because of course I don't have a Japanese 360 as of recording this, so I'm using my Japanese Xbox One in backwards compatibility mode with these games. So next we have Vanquish. Why did I get Vanquish? Because it was one of Classic Game Room's top 10 games of 2010, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what... yeah, this was one of the top 10 games. So Vanquish. It vanquished. Anyway, that was pretty funny back in the day. And last, I only have 3, is Mass Effect. And it was the Platinum Collection Edition. So it kind of looks weird next to the normal ones. And of course, right after getting this, now there's like 20 different stores with like 8 copies of the standard version of this. Anyway, yeah, Mass Effect. I always wanted to try this game. It looks pretty cool. And I've heard really good things about at least the first 2 games in this series. So, yeah. Xbox 360. So the next game I thought I would show are the ones that are my PS3 games that are factory sealed. That being that these are old, new stock that I accidentally acquired. Well, not accidentally. Well, yeah, kind of. I didn't know that they were... I thought they were pre-owned, but they're not. These aren't shrink-wrapped. These are in the original factory wrapping. So, and I bought them from places that don't sell used games. That should have been a hint for me. But anyway... if you've seen my shorts before, you've probably already seen these games. But we have Pro Yaku Spirits 2014. I don't know if you can see, but down here is the PlayStation logo having wrapping. You can kind of see it. It's a little hard to see, but the PlayStation logo is like right here. Anyway, yeah. And I got this because I wanted to try... like a baseball game, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to rebuy this game or get a different one. Next we have this one's really interesting actually. This is Binary Domain. This got pretty mediocre reviews back when it came out, I guess, for being too derivative, whatever that's supposed to mean. Oops. And this is an interesting game because I'm pretty sure this is by the same development team that made Ryuga Gotoku. Let me make sure that is accurate here. I think it should... yeah, right here. Yeah, on the sticker right here. In America, you call it the Yakuza games. For here, we call it Ryuga Gotoku, or Like a Dragon. That's why they're renaming. Anyway, whatever. Next is the worst Battlefield, I guess. Battlefield Hardline. Factory sealed. Oh, you can see that factory seal much easier here. Bottom is less busy. PlayStation. You can see it down here too. PlayStation. It's pretty cool. Apparently this is like the worst version of the worst Battlefield to get, which makes me want to rebuy this game to actually see what makes it the worst. But, you know, whatever. And then we have Lost Planet 3. Again, you can see that factory seal there. These are in pretty good condition, except there's a little bit of fading on the... Maybe not with that one. No, not really with Battlefield, but definitely with these other 2 D-rated games. You can see a little bit of fading here. Lost Planet 3, I heard this one was... kind of got middling reviews too, which is why they never made any more. Go figure. But by Capcom. I did not get these with the intention of just keeping them wrapped. I actually wanted to play these games because my local Yamada Denki still had PS3 games, and I wanted to play them. But then I noticed this just as I was about to open one of them. I was like, wait, PlayStation? There's no way. These are factory sealed. These are all the original stickers and everything. So what are you going to do? But those aren't the only ones. I got these all in one batch, but then I have a couple of others that I got separately here. I'll just move my drink over here. Next, is Beat Sketch. So I wanted to get a PlayStation Move controller, and the only one I could find was one in a box, of course. And in that box was this game. This game is factory sealed. So whoever owned that PlayStation Move never opened this package. So that's pretty funny. And then the big one, the first game I got, and I just found out like last week or whatever, maybe 2 weeks ago, that this was factory sealed. Because there's a video. Anyway, I'll just show you right now. Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. This is factory sealed. I don't know. I got this years ago. This is probably one of the first PS3 games I got. Yeah, no, this is factory sealed. I'm like 77% sure. Because I got this at Yamada for 1,100 yen. That's insane. But which is a real shame because it comes with like a cool booklet and everything. Scholar of the Scholar of the First Sin, complete guide, prologue. Oh man, dude. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it's pretty cool though. The wrapping is in rough shape though. It was like that when I got it. But yeah, it's still hanging out there. Who'd have thought? Oh man. Alright, so I think this part I'm going to... Wow, everything's really blue now. That's really strange. Anyway, I'm going to cover some kind of loose end games. I only have two. These are games with no packaging. So the first one is Mario Kart DS. Ooh, let's zoom in on that bad boy. Look at that. This is an awesome game. I actually finished all the Grand Prix on this in like a couple of nights. This game is so cool. It's so fun. It has aged perfectly. For a DS game, like this is like a portable Mario Kart. It's amazing. I mean, of course, now Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with all the DLC is like the ultimate portable Mario Kart, right? But this... Oh, wait. Look, I live in Japan. This still means like awesome. Okay, sorry. I know it became offensive at one point. I don't mean to. Anyway, so next is... Yeah, this is Zelda... what is it? If I can remember the name. Why am I thinking Twilight Princess? It's the Game Boy one, you know, the Legend of Zelda something sleep, nightmares, dreams, link between worlds. No. What is it? I'm thinking of every other Zelda except for this one. Oh my god, is there a hint in the Dream Island? That's the translation. The Island of Dreams. Link's Awakening! There it is! I got it! Yeah, Link's Awakening DX on the Game Boy Color. I got this. I don't actually have anything to play this with, actually. The reason why I chose to get this was because, first of all, this is a pretty lofty price for a Game Boy game loose. Reason why I got it was because this was around the time when prices for games started to increase pretty dramatically a couple years ago, and Link's Awakening was re-released or remastered or actually just remade, I should say, for Switch. And at that time, I didn't really know how the used market was going to react to that. So I decided to just kind of nab this and figure out how to play it later. But yeah, this is really cool. I'm really glad I have this, actually. It looks like a really cool game. I know there's like Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages, I think it's called, if I remember correctly. And I really want to get those games too. They look really cool. In fact, I remember my friend that I mentioned before, same friend had, not this one, but the Oracle of Seasons at least, and Minish Cap, and I remember just watching those games, like watching him play them, being obsessed with it. But yeah, those are my two loose portable games. Really cheap, a little expensive, but you know. I mean, this price, I mean, is super cheap for like America and Europe and everything, I understand. But for Japan, this is kind of whatever. It's all good. Since we're talking about portable games, let's talk about the Nintendo DS. So, I don't know which one to start with, so I'll just start from the top of my stack. First, we have Yusei Rokuman Reo. That's Mega Man Star Force Leo. And I'm actually currently playing this game, and it hits perfect. In fact, it's probably aged better than maybe a lot of people back in the day would have expected it to. This is a really fun game. I still really enjoy this. I remember getting this when it was new and then losing my DS and never being able to continue this game because once the DS was actually found, my game couldn't save. So I was pretty much stuck in the same spot near the beginning-ish of the game. So, but now I'm beyond that point now in this version of the game. I'm playing it in Japanese. It's still very playable. My Japanese is not a JLPT like certified level, so it's really easy to play and really easy to know, even if you don't even if your Japanese isn't incredibly extra fluent. And I'm not using any walkthroughs or anything, so that's pretty neat. Let's see, I'll put this over here. Next we have shoot, this, I didn't even open this yet. I'll save that for later then. Next we have this guy, Touch Kirby. That's what it's called. I have no idea what the English title is. I just know it as Touch Kirby, and I know this was re-released for the Wii U because I see it everywhere, but I have it on the DS. This is a really fun sort of like puzzle platformer. I actually haven't gotten around to finishing this game yet, but I probably should. I'm kind of stuck on one part, and that's particularly tricky, but this is a cool game. I actually really like it. Next this is a good one. I put a lot of time into this particular game right here. Mario Party DS. I don't know, man. It's Mario Party on the DS. It's really fun, actually. The AI still kind of cheats, but that's what they always do, right? I mean, it's not to the level of like Sonic Shuffle where they really cheat because they can see. Oh, anyway, that's a video in itself, but this is a fun game. I really enjoy Mario Party DS. Even in single player mode, it's a lot of fun. Next, a little bit of junk. Junk. So someone a while ago talked me into getting these games, and I guess it's for the meme value. It's fine. These are DS dating sims. This is Love Plus. And it's just a dating sim. I for whatever reason, I don't know why, I just can't I can't play this game for more than like 20 minutes, if that. And like, it's really funny because I started a new game, like I want to say 2 years ago or something. I started a new game, and then I played it once for about 10 or 20 minutes or so, must have been. Then I just turned the DS off because it was kind of boring. I put it away. Then like a month or two later, I was like, you know what, let me try this again. Maybe I need to give it another chance. And I'm greeted by being scolded by one of the characters, and I'm just like, okay, this is just not... If it's really going to be like, I lose like experience or points or whatever, and it's like, bro, are you serious? You really going to make it this thing where I like have to come back like every day, and like I have to schedule, like there's a real-time element to it. It's just, ugh. And then Love Plus Plus, because apparently this is a better version of it. I don't know what exactly is the difference between these two. But you know, I guess it's a novelty. And then of course, no DS collection is complete without New Super Mario Bros. This is an excellent game. I don't know what else to say. This is an excellent game, just like New Super Mario Brothers Wii. I mean, these games, this series of games, New Super Mario Brothers, ended up getting like a lot of hate towards the end there, just because it seemed like they were kind of stretching this series a little thin. But this and the Wii version are both really good games in my opinion, and I'm really glad I have it. These are really easy to find too, and it's like probably the only DS game with the yellow with the yellow case here, so that's pretty cool. Alright, I'm gonna open this one because I can't believe I haven't yet. I'll edit this out here. Alright, I opened it, and so the next game, I hope this has been hyped for you, is The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks. So the story behind this game was, so I got this around the same time I got Mario Kart and Mega Man Star Force Leo. And it was about a month or so, a little more than a month before Echoes of Wisdom was coming out. And I was really excited for that game. And so basically the idea was, in case I beat Star Force Leo before Echoes of Wisdom came out, I would have a Zelda game to tie me over until then. Of course, I just took this out of the plastic wrapping. No, it wasn't factory sealed. So, of course, I never actually beat Mega Man Star Force Leo, and as you can tell by the recording date or the upload date of this video, it's long past the release of Echoes of Wisdom. But I'm still really glad to have this game. It looks really cool. I've heard really good things about this game by reviewers that I like and trust the opinions of. And so, well, in terms of I trust their opinions relative to, like, my tastes, right? So, that's the important thing about trusting reviews, right? So, anyway, I'm really looking forward to getting around to playing this game. I must be getting towards the end of Mega Man Star Force Leo, so, yeah. So, yeah, those are my DS games. How many is that? And my one Game Boy game, you know, so... Good. Alright, so next I'm going to talk about GameCube games, and what better way to start this off is with Sonic Heroes. This is probably the one GameCube game I put the most hours into, aside from maybe Sonic Adventure 2 Battle when I was a kid. And really, really good game, really solid game. Probably the best version, maybe. I don't know about the Xbox version. I do. In America, I have an original Xbox version of this game, but the disc is destroyed, so it runs like, well, it runs. Sometimes. Alright, next. Oh, really good game. I actually really like this game. Last summer when I recorded my long play of this, actually, I just binge played through this entire game. Literally, I woke up in the morning, because I'm a morning person. Woke up at like 6, had some breakfast, had some coffee, saw that the weather was going to get like 35 degrees with brutal UV like ratings. And so I thought, you know what? I'm just going to hunker down and I'm going to play through all of Sonic Heroes in one go. And I did. And believe it or not, it held up. I did not get bored or tired of it or anything. I think that's a sign of a pretty good game, if I don't say so myself. Next, we have probably a controversial one. This one still has the sale sticker on it. We have Star Fox Adventure. And I got this game because I've heard a lot of like things about this game, and I actually want to give it a try. I like the artwork on the back though, because this is of course like a reskin game of an N64 game that Rare was working on just before they were acquired by Microsoft. It's like the last game they published for Nintendo. I'm pretty sure they published it after they were acquired by Microsoft. Isn't that funny how business works like that? Anyway, next we have a game that I haven't tried yet, but I've also heard really good things about, Mario Party 4. Now, if I remember correctly, this, yes, this isn't, I don't think this uses the microphone. Mario Party 4, I heard really good things about this, and this was really cheap, and I liked the cover art. Unfortunately, the Japanese boxes are made out of cardboard, so it's really easy to damage them. But then you open it up, and it's just like this kind of ugly plastic thing. I mean, you know, the size is nice. These are actually pretty small if I zoom out here, compared to like a standard DVD case. These are pretty nice in their size, but I just wish it wasn't like just exposed cardboard on both sides that just take all of the hits and damage and stuff. Next, no GameCube collection is complete without Super Mario Sunshine. I know this game has its lovers and its haters. I'm currently in the lover category. I mean, partly because I grew up with this game. I'm just going to be real, 100%. I grew up with this game. This was the first GameCube game I ever owned. I got it that summer where you could buy the GameCube bundled with this, and it's just it's a fantastic game for what it is. I mean, of course, as a kid, I was still like hankering for that Mario 64 kind of style of game. And this didn't really scratch that itch, but it did do its job being a great Mario game, and that's all I could really ask of it, rather. And I'm looking forward to actually talking about this game some point in the future. So, yeah. Next, we have another game that is kind of an essential for GameCube. Kind of got this out of obligation more than anything else. Smash Brothers. Never was really that big into like Smash. I'm just going to be 100% real with you. Never really was. I mean, I get it, but then at the same time I don't. But I really like the soundtrack to this game. And the reason why I say that is because I didn't grow up with this game specifically, but I did grow up with a game. My brother, if he's watching this, which he probably is, will know Super Smash Flash on, I think it was like Newgrounds or Classic Consoles, one of those two games, or those two sites. They ripped the soundtrack straight from this game, and so the soundtrack for this game is very nostalgic for me, even though I didn't grow up with it. But I am kind of looking forward to trying the single player out on this game. I have played through a bit of the single player on the N64 version, and I kind of now understand why not many people really talk about the N64 version very much, unfortunately. But I hear things really got a lot better with this one. So, yeah. Next, this is a classic for me personally. And that is Mario Golf Family Tour is what it's called. But I can't Toadstool Tour, I think it's called on the GameCube in America. This game I remember my friend, same friend I've been talking about this whole time, that I've known since friggin' kindergarten. He had this game, and I remember trading, like we used to do little trades, you know, oh, can I try this game? I really want to try this game, and I'll let you borrow this one. Sure. And I remember trading this with our copy of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. And my brother and I would just, like, play this game all the time, and it was so much fun. And, like, the graphics and everything, like, when you would hit a ball really well and it would trail a rainbow or, like, a fireball or something. Little things like that. It was just really appealing. It was a really appealing game, and it was really great. I remember one time around New Year's during the holidays, I got really sick. Or was it me? No, it was my brother. My brother got really sick. I don't know. It was only about marbled cheese. But I remember playing this game, and he was just like watching in the background, and it was just like, I don't know, that was a vibe. There was the fireplace going, like the one time out of the year we actually used the fireplace. Really good time. Really good memories with this game. And then last, of course, the darling of all GameCube libraries is The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. I do have this on GameCube. This is one of my all-time favorites. Again, I borrowed this from same friend from here, and same friend I've been talking about this whole time. He had this game, and this was one of the games he let us borrow. Traded it for, you know, whatever. I don't really know. I don't remember. But fantastic game. I know it has its problems relative to like other Zelda games in the series, but still a lot of people love this game even now. The artwork alone speaks for itself. I really like this cover art. Yeah, it's just really great. So, but yeah, that's my entire GameCube library so far. Kind of like a big downgrade, I should say, from what I had back in America in terms of volume. But in terms of quality, I think I've done a pretty good job so far. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 GameCube games so far. Not horrible. Not horrible. And I'm looking to get more. A lot of GameCube games have entered the used market ever since the Switch 2 announced its backwards compatibility, which means more for me! More for me! More for me! Anyway, sorry, I'm getting too excited. On the topic of Nintendo and small cases, let's talk about the Nintendo Switch. I do have a few, more than I remember having, physical Nintendo Switch games. So, first and foremost, no Switch library is complete without Mario Odyssey. I really like this game. This game got me through Corona. I had a really, awesome. I got my Switch Lite for this game, and I remember just playing this so much. It's very relaxing, kind of, actually. But it's also fun, and it's also just like, it's a really good time. I really like 3D Mario games. I know some people are kind of iffy about the whole collectathon idea, and I can understand that. But me, I like it, and I would like to 100% this game at some point. So, yeah, really good game. I remember this was, like, for me, a killer app when this game first released. And so now I'm really glad I have it. I'm going to zoom out a little bit there. There you go. You can see my extra veiny hand for whatever reason. I don't know why it's like that, but whatever. Anyway, next we have Uma Musume, Pretty Derby Party Dash. Oh yeah, look at all those horse waifus. I got this game. I genuinely found this pretty interesting. It was kind of like because of the graphical style. I made a whole video about this. The graphical style is kind of like a 2D characters, like 2D sprites on a 3D background. Really reminded me of like the kind of games you would see on the Sega Saturn. So that's what caught my interest. And it was a sports game, kind of an arcade sports game. Unfortunately, this game is a pretty short-lived one. It doesn't really have a whole lot of replay value, but it was also pretty cheap when it came out. So, and it's based off of pretty much a mobile game, so I guess I couldn't really ask for more than what it already offers, right? So, yeah. But it's pretty fun for what it is. Charming. Ah, yes. Next, Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Really, really good Mario game again. Kind of harkening back to that new Super Mario Bros. 2D, the 2.5D side-scrolling style, but with enough of a twist to make it just like a really fun, energetic, fast-paced experience. I really liked this game. I still do, of course, and yeah, the final boss is a little easy, but I mean, hey, man, it's an awesome game. I actually played this after finishing Sonic Superstars. I played them back to back. That's a hint for a video. Anyway, next, of course, we have Echoes of Wisdom. I'm kind of pulling out bangers, man, aren't I? I don't know. Anyway, Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom. Oh, I keep knocking my camera around. Trying to focus it here. This is a really good game. I know some people were kind of iffy about this too. Some people loved it, some people didn't. Didn't like care for it that much. I mean, it wasn't like love it or hate it, but it was like whatever. But I really liked this game. It was built on the same engine as Link's Awakening, and I do understand that it did have performance issues going from 60 to 30 a lot of the times, and you know, for some people it didn't really bother me that much, but I guess I can understand why it bothered some. But I really liked this game. I still do. The soundtrack is amazing, as Zelda soundtracks typically go. But yeah, I have a lot of... I remember getting this game was like great in and of itself. When I got this game, it was fantastic. The way I got it. I mean, I won't go into too much detail. Well, you know what? I'll just say it. So I had... it was like one of those... It came out the same day as I had like this company meeting or whatever, and I pretty much like left early because I had like nothing else going on, and I had like this 3-hour period of just like blank time after lunch. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna leave. And I went home. I collected some vegetables that were fresh grown, delivered to me by a local friend of mine. I took a shower because that day was very hot and I was very sweaty. And then I went down to my local electronics store, picked this up, and then moseyed on down to where the meeting was going to be. And I was early for it, so I looked good. Ha ha. Anyway. Oh man, next we have this game, the game that I always start and never finish. I've started this game two times, and I am stuck. I'm stuck at the alchemy section. I think I'll have better luck with this game on like PC or PS5 if I'm going to be honest. But I really like the art, and the soundtrack for this is really good too. I really do like the soundtrack. Kind of reminds me of like a imitation Studio Ghibli soundtrack. kind of. I mean, I know this is supposed to take place in like a Western place or whatever, but yeah, this is like the best selling of the Atelier franchise. I think you can see the reason why here. But anyway, I don't know why I did that. Alright, anyway, next. I still have a couple games left. Here we have Balan Wonder World. Yes, this game was 700 yen. A whopping 700 yen for this game. Famously, it crashed on me at the end, and I was like, you know what? That's good enough for me. I finished the last boss, and I captured footage of it. I wanted more from this game. I really hoped, against all hope, that it would be better than what people said it was, but unfortunately, it's just so much missed potential. I loved the character design, especially on the back. Look at that. Now, I will say that these 2D character designs look way better than the 3D counterparts. I kind of wish this had more of a 2D aesthetic. Maybe it would have worked out better. It's a real shame. But, you know, what are you going to do? 80 power-ups? Something like that. Alright, and the last game, of course, I talked about it before, Princess Peach Showtime. This is a really good game. I know this is like, oh, that's supposed to be for, you know, little girls or whatever. And, like, I can see why this game would... This game is perfect for like, young girls, I think. And I know that's coming from, you know, me. But, like, the way this is designed, I was playing this, I'm like, man, this is perfect. And I don't mean that to say, like, trying to, what is it? As far as, like, the demographic is concerned, because I've worked with, like, the target audience for this, you know. And it just... If you know the Japanese market especially, this game is like perfectly tailored for that. I mean, whoever, I don't know who developed this, but of course Nintendo published it. And it's absolutely perfect. I can understand why it was so successful. And it just as a game in itself, you know, getting, you know, moving away from the whole like demographic thing, it's just a really, really well made game. So, and it runs on the same engine as this guy, and it runs better. The only thing that doesn't run well are the friggin' loading screens. Woo! So, you know. Anyway, those are my Switch games. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 Switch games. Physical. I think that's probably more than most people in North America have. I'm kidding. Sheesh. Alright, this is where it gets real now, because this is where, like, we're getting into the big part of my collection here. So first, let's talk about PS1. And I thought I actually had more PS1 games than I do, but let's start with something interesting. This is Biohazard Gun Survivor. This is that rails shooter that everybody hates. I found it and I knew I needed to get it because, like, this is sort of kind of a rare, not rare, but like not many people talk about it, and I want to give it a shot, and I know I'm probably not going to like it. But yeah, Biohazard. It's good. Or cool. It's cool to have, I think. Because, you know, one of those lesser spoken about PS1 games. So, yeah. I actually don't know where to put this. I will put it somewhere. Wow, this is a predicament. Next, we have this one, Dokusei 2, and it's almost impossible to find this game just in the case. I ended up getting the special edition box that comes with figures of all of the waifus in this game. So yeah, Dokusei 2. If you know about Dokusei Bangin' Summer, that is an HD remake of Dokusei If, which was released on PS1, Sega Saturn, PC, FX, and that was really successful, so it kind of spawned a little bit of a trilogy. This is the second game, or I should say the third game in the chronology, I think, but the second in the Dokusei name. And I got this because I want to see how... Oh, maybe I shouldn't show the back. I want to see how different it is from the first one. So, yeah. It's got that classic 90s anime look, which I really, really like. Alright, next we have... oh, this is still in the wrapping, but at least you can see it. There are no price tags. Clock Tower. I've always wanted this game since I was in... When I first learned about it in middle school. I've always been a big fan of point-and-click horror games, believe it or not. I had been playing a lot of those in Flash form for a very long time, and my brother can attest to that. This is a really good, really cool looking game. I've not played it, of course, but it has an HD remaster as well across all platforms, Switch, PS5, and PC, I'm pretty sure. But I got the original. Now you can find these really easily at brick and mortar stores. Yeah, I'm really glad to finally have an original. Well, not original because it came out for Super Famicom first, but I got the PS1 version. Because it will... Well, yeah, I don't know. I heard this is a really good port, so yeah. But we're not done because I have also Clock Tower 2. And Clock Tower 2, once again, this one I think goes for a more 3D look, I think. I know like Ghost Head is like full 3D and everything, but that has its own like issues. Yeah, Clock Tower 2 also looked pretty cool when I first saw it, so... this is the PlayStation The Best collection, so it's kind of like one of those special, like, discount versions that you could get late in the PlayStation's life. But hey, it's still pretty cool. Very similar cover art to the first game. But yeah, it's kind of like they kind of remind me the cover differences between Clock Tower and Clock Tower 2 on PS1 kind of remind me of like a double album, like you think of Load and Reload by Metallica, or Use Your Illusion Volume 1 and 2 by Guns N' Roses, or something like that. So I like that idea where they are in staging pretty much identical, but they are very different in terms of like the color scheme and everything, and they give off completely different vibes that kind of show off what the kind of content they are promising. So yeah, really cool. Anyway, sorry I went on a music rant there, but next we have one of my all-time favorite games ever, Gran Turismo 2. I finished this game last year, the beginning of last year, and man oh man is this such a great game. Oh, I poured so many hours into this game when I was in high school. Yeah, high school. And I'm not talking about, I was in high school in 1998. No, I was in high school in 2011 when I was grinding this game out. And again in like 2013 and 14. Really great game. Unironically playing this game on PS1, this game still holds up in my opinion. Maybe it's not like the sim like racer that, you know, Gran Turismo has become now. It's a lot more realistic these days, of course, but this is still a really fun game, and I love the cars that are available in this, even though most of them are Japanese. My first car and my second car are both in this game, kind of, at least in appearance. So of course I had to get it. Get those cars, and it was just really cool. I got them in the right color and everything. It was great game. Only got better with time, in my opinion. Next, we have kind of a rare Pokemon, at least very rare in America. This is Rockman Dash 2, or better known as Mega Man Legends 2. I got this as part of a bundle. A really, really cheap bundle. I got lucky with this game. And I haven't played it yet, but I can't wait to. I have like a whole idea for the Rockman Dash games. And so I have the whole trilogy. You'll see them. But Rockman Dash 2 came bundled with the first one. And they both, like, together were like 2,000 yen. It was a steal. I had to get it, and I got it. And they aren't junk. The seller said they demonstrated it on the ad, so they should work pretty nicely. Oh, I can't wait. I remember watching my brother emulating this on his computer at one point. I think there was a glitch, though, like a game-breaking glitch. I could be wrong. He'll correct me on Discord, I'm sure, in the DMs. Like, nope. Not just kidding. Anyway, yeah. Rockman Dash 2. Really nice. Next, speaking of my brother, this is a game that my brother got me randomly for really, really cheap somewhere in the bowels of Tokyo here. And actually, when my brother got me this game, he's just like, yeah, it's just something random. But I don't think he realized this is something that I actually really wanted. I'm a religious viewer of Fab, the Beast, and his playing every N64 game, that series, and he played this game, I'm pretty sure this exact one, except the N64 version, and I thought that game looked lit. And so when my brother got me this, he's like, here you go, it's something random. I'm like, you don't know. I don't think you realize, like, you actually got me a game I was low-key trying to find, so... on any platform. It didn't matter if it was N64 or PlayStation. But, yeah, really, really cool. And I'm not going to be counting these games anymore, so don't worry about that. It's going to get out of hand really quick. So, next is something really weird. This is Come and Kiss Me by Tomomi Tsumoda. And this game is it a game? I don't know. It's more like a single. It's like a VCD with like a bunch of, it has some music video stuff and some trivia about the singer. And from what I gathered, my brother and I tested this game out during the summer last year on my PS3. Essentially, what you kind of have to do with this, from what I've seen at least, is you have to like, you have to just go through the menu, select something, and then just like consume all the content on there. And if you want to go back to the main menu, you have to restart the whole console, like restart the game. Very strange. But kind of an interesting... You're not going to find this in America, that's for sure. That's part of the reason why I decided to pick it up. But now we're going to get to the first PS1 game I ever played. In this game, oh man, we're talking about Ace Combat by Namco. Of course, in America it's called Air Combat. This game is like memories. I don't know how else to put it, but like this is such a cool game. And I know the graphics are like, for PS1 even, they're not really that great. I know. I've seen it. I've heard it. This is still a cool game. Aesthetically, it is like 90s, and there was like this weird period of time where there was like before we got the GameCube, we were given a PS1, no memory card, and it had the original non-analog controller, and it came with a copy of this, and no memory card. We had no concept of like memory cards back in that time either. So we would just like play this game and then like finish it, and then we gotta start over from the beginning, but never got tired of it. Eventually, there was like this rule at that time where we could only have 2 video game consoles at the same time. We had to choose to either get rid of the PS1 or the SNES. We got rid of the PS1, which ended up being the best decision. Hindsight being 2020, or foresight being 2020. We ended up trading the PS1 so that we could have the GameCube, and we kept the SNES with that library. So, but when I got the opportunity to pick this up, Chet, you betcha, this is what I got it. No questions asked. Oh yeah, awesome. And speaking of awesome, another game that I really enjoyed playing back in the day was Mega Man Battle and Chase. Of course, when I played it, it was on the Mega Man X collection for GameCube. A game that we got for like $3 in a Walmart bargain bin, and ended up going into the triple digits US before the release of the Legacy collections, which is pretty amazing, but now that's not much of a collector's item anymore. But it was at one point, and now I have it on the original PS1, because this was a Japanese exclusive. And I really like this game. I've already played it a bunch on my PS3, so I have a pretty good save file going. And I would really like to... I have an idea for a video for this game also, that I'm slowly working on. It's glacial, but yeah, really cool. Alright, next we have Rockman Dash. And this is a really interesting cover for Rockman Dash. It's Rockman, it's, Mega Man Legends. But the cover is a lot different from the American version. And I might prefer the American version a little bit more, but that's okay. This is still pretty neat. Yeah, I got this bundled with Rockman Dash 2. And 2,000 yen. 1,000 yen each. Wow. What a bargain. What a steal. Love this game. I remember finishing this game when I was in college around like the winter of 2014 for the first time ever, and it was a lot of fun, and I can't wait to do it again in Japanese. Alright, next we have Densha de Go by Taito. Let's go by Train 2. And I don't know, I've always been kind of fascinated by this kind of game. I got this for pretty cheap somewhere, I think at a hard off, and yeah, really cool. I don't have much to say about this because I haven't played it yet. I know, but cool. Next, we have Rockman X4, and not just any Rockman X4. This copy is for rental only. So this is kind of like it says it somewhere. I can't seem to find it, but this is a rental only game, and one of the interesting things about it actually is that it doesn't just have Rockman X4 on it, but it also has this demo disc for Rockman Dash. Which is really cool. So I got to play a little bit of Rockman Dash on my Rockman X4. What is this? Oh, wow. Look at that. That's pretty cool. It's original printed something. I think it's instructions. Wow, that's pretty neat. I'll tell you, I got this game for pretty cheap too. Rock. How do you... Oh no, how is this folded? Gooby. Why you do this, Dolan? I'll be back. One of the unique things about this copy, this particular copy of the game, is that it has like a fruity smell when you open it. I'm not joking, it smells like fruit. Very, very sweet. Actually kind of nostalgic, kind of reminds me of the 90s. Kind of like candy. Anyway, next we have The Misadventures of Tron Bonne. I'm looking forward to this game too. I know this is kind of like super rare in America because it got like a really limited release, but this is pretty easy to find in Japan, so really cool. Can't wait to try it out. I think this was released in 2000, year 2000, Y2K. Next, we have a game featuring real-life idols. Hello Project, Morning Musume to be specific. It's like running a maid cafe or something. Literally. Yeah, you know, I got this because I thought it would be a pretty cool thing to do, like a crossover between Japanese idols, like 90s, 2000. I think this came out in 2001, actually. So like, you know, idol culture and like Japanese games sort of overlapping. It looks like some kind of game, or some kind of management kind of game or whatever. So kind of like Za Kombini. So yeah. Next, we have Tekken 2, because I had a video idea of for this. Still do, of course, Tekken 2. I like fighting games, even though I'm not particularly great at them. Still, it's pretty cool. Another Namco game, of course. And yeah, pretty sweet. This is something I think everyone has to get if they have a PS1, right? So, speaking of games that you have to get, probably one that, well, maybe you don't have to get, is Biohazard 3: Last Escape. But it's called Resident Evil 3 Nemesis in Western markets. Pretty cool, though. You gotta have the Biohazard games, right? So naturally, Biohazard 2, of course, gotta have Biohazard 2. Man, this artwork is so cool. I can't wait to try this game out. I've only played the first one. I know that's like sacrilege. I've played so many different... I've played almost every version of the first Biohazard. I played the Saturn version, the DualShock Director's Cut on PS1, and the HD remake on the PC. And I plan to get the GameCube remake, as well as getting the original for PS1. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And last but certainly not least is Omega Boost. I got this game after watching the Digital Foundry video talking about Gran Turismo, actually, because this was the only non-racing game developed by Polyphony Digital, the guys who brought you Gran Turismo. And this game looks amazing. And it was developed by a team consisting of people who worked on Panzer Dragoon. So that in and of itself is pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to trying this game out. So here comes the big one, Sega Saturn. I have, I think, 33 games here. So let's get started. The first one, and that being the one that's on top, is also the most expensive game I've ever bought. Sonic 3D Flicky's Island. So the funny thing about this is that this Saturn version of Sonic 3D Blast, as we call it in America, was released in the year 2000. So this Right, 2000 or 1999. In any case, this game came out after the release of Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast in Japan, which is pretty insane if you think about it. Which is why this game is kind of uncommon and pretty expensive, because, I mean, Sonic is already not that popular in Japan, honestly, and especially if it's a Sega Saturn game, like really late Saturn, for a franchise, you know. But man, this cover is so cool, and I really like this Sonic design. It's kind of a mix between the noodly Dreamcast one and the original the original 90s Sonic, so that's pretty cool. Although this game has no save feature, which makes me really upset. But that's okay, because the soundtrack is absolutely amazing. But speaking of absolutely amazing Sonic soundtracks, no Saturn collection is complete without Sonic R, which still has the sticker, and the Kizu Ari sticker on it, which means it's scratched. Woo! Not the disc, but the jewel case. Anyway, Sonic R. What more is there to say about this game? It's amazing. It's fantastic. I love it. It controls beautifully with the 3D controller. I cannot complain at all. Really good. Alright, that's it for Sonic. But, hey, you know what I picked up just before the HD remaster was announced? Lunar Eternal Blue. I got this because there's a YouTuber whose name I'm forgetting right now, My Retro Life, I think, and he talked about Lunar 2 Eternal Blue and how this version, or the PlayStation version, I can't remember which one it was, basically the equivalent to this, was absolutely incredible. And so I heard that and I'm like, well, I'll get this. And so I got it. And then the remaster came out, so now I have that. But it's still nice to have this. The artwork is incredible. I love this era of anime artwork. It's awesome. I really like it. I grew up with anime, like coming from that era. I was, of course, early 2000s, but you know, this look is still very much familiar to me, and it's nice to see it. Next, we have a strange game that my brother got me in Singapore, of all places. Gameware 1. This is a 1. Guess what? There's a second one. I know you're watching, Josh. There's a second one. I don't have it yet, but yeah, there's a second one. This is the first in the Gameware series, and we played a little bit of it, and it is a time. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna guess that this is kind of like Sega's answer, perhaps, to the Simple 2000 or the Simple series. I think Simple 2000 series that PlayStation was known for, and PlayStation 2 especially were known for at the time, where they would release like these budget games that had like a singular theme. I'm guessing that this is kind of like following that similar idea, but instead of having like one singular theme, it had like a bunch of mini games that you could play that were all like kind of self-contained and like really interesting. I'm gonna guess that's what that is. Yeah, it's a pretty cool time, not gonna lie. Next, Dead or Alive, the Saturn version. Really cool thing about this is that when I did my Shenmue video, you could actually see the difference in frame rate between Shenmue and this game. If you know anything about Shenmue runs mostly at 30 frames per second, but the characters in this move at 60, which is really cool for a Saturn game, in my opinion. Really smooth, really well controlled, like a really good controlling fighting game. Although it really would stand to benefit from having the fight stick, which of course I don't have yet, but because the controller started to cut into my fingers after a while, unfortunately. But after about 2 hours of gameplay, but still really fun fighting game. I really like this. It's probably the first fighting game where the second fighting game where I beat the fight mode. Next, we have a game that isn't a game, which is why I got it. The Zenya Kekkon, the night before marriage or whatever. And this text is like really funny. But yeah, apparently this is kind of like I don't know. But Kekkon, marriage, the night before. I think it's like a movie or something. You can see. Oh, this is a character disc. There's a warning. I think it's here. Yeah. Yeah, it's here. Sorry, my camera. It's not my camera. It's my camera's screen resolution is really low. It says, このソフトはゲームではありません. This disc does not contain a game. Basically. So that's why I got it. I don't know, man. I like to collect weird things, but one thing that I'm really, really kind of excited to try out, I haven't gotten yet. I'm going to just take this sticker off really quick because it's bothering me. These Japanese people, I mean, not just Japan, I'm sure other places do it too. If you don't have a bag, they'll put a sticker on it that says, you bought it. Let's put it right there. So, in this game I got for 200 yen off. This is a Dragon Ball Z game. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, it's that crappy, 2D fighter. No, this isn't. This is one of those games that uses, 2D scaling sprites on one of those infinite plane. It looks like one of the Budokai games, basically. For the Saturn. Looks so cool. And I've always had an affinity for those games, but they're so expensive in America. Even used, they're like $40. It's like, what? This game I got really cheap though, luckily. So, and for a discount. But yeah, it looks really cool. Can't wait to try it out. I have so many games. Sometimes I forget what games I have. Next, this I got yesterday as of recording this game. So. This is Azeru Panzer Dragoon RPG. This is Panzer Dragoon Saga, basically. This is the Japanese version, and I got this game because I kind of had to. See, the place that I was going to for months had this and Burning Rangers. And so I'm like, oh, I kind of made a pact with myself. I basically said, okay, because I go there fairly regularly, whenever I can, whenever money allows. I will go to that place and I'll check if they had both. And if they still had both, I wouldn't rush to buy them. But then yesterday I went and I saw Burning Rangers was gone. And I'm like, okay, today's the day. It's either now or I'm going to come back and this is definitely not going to be there. So, got it. Really glad I finally nabbed this copy. I've been staring at it for months, almost a year. So, yeah, it's finally mine. It was always mine, let's be real. Alright, next, we have a really interesting game. One of the first games I ever got for my Saturn was this game, Desire. Now, this is one of those FMV kind of adventure games, and I think this was remastered for modern consoles, but it looks really cool. This was before I had a memory card, so I couldn't actually play very much of this game. I only demoed a little bit of it, but it looks really interesting, kind of like a sci-fi, kind of romance, mystery, kind of really interesting looking game. Very narrative driven. Really cool though. So yeah. Almost visual novel, but not quite from what I remember at least. Speaking of visual novels, though, here we go! Dokusei If. So this is the original version of Dokusei Bangin' Summer. As I said before, this was released on PC, FX, Saturn, Sega Saturn, and PS1. I got the Saturn version, obviously. And I'm really glad I got this. This is a really, really cool game. I know it's kind of adult-oriented with some of its content, but like, still to this day, when I did that playthrough of Dokusei Bangin' Summer, gosh, almost 2 years ago now, the story, I know, you use the story, sure, I know, but for real though, I wouldn't, these types of games don't hold me unless it has a good story, because I don't really care about, like, you know, the lewd stuff necessarily. It's not like a motivator for me to keep going, but like getting to know these characters and following their stories and their character arcs and everything is really, really cool. So I like this game. So I got the original. Next is something that is really interesting, actually. This is, what is it called here? I don't know. This is a puzzle game. And it's basically, so it's 5 different girls, and each of them have different, like, if you know about idol culture, you know about gravure. And so basically it's gravure, like, videos that are tied to like jigsaw puzzles, and you have a certain number of mistakes that you can make and a time limit that you have to meet in order to finish the game. Unlock the videos so that you can watch them in the viewer mode, and this game gets brutally difficult towards the end. Because like the jigsaw puzzle pieces start to like rotate really fast, and it can be very disorienting, but yeah, really interesting game. It's very, very 90s, Japan 90s, and I like that aesthetic, so yeah. And the FMVs aren't that bad quality either for a Saturn game, so yeah. Alright, next, I actually have to make sure this is what it is. Aha, yeah. So get this, right? Virtua Fighter 2, right? This is Virtua Fighter 2. Wrong. It's Fighters Mega Mix. So I meant to get Virtua Fighter 2. And I got this at a book off years ago. And when I got back home, I realized immediately that upon opening it, I actually got Fighters Mega Mix. So I have a copy of Fighters Mega Mix inside a case for Virtua Fighter 2. So now I'm in the dilemma where I have to find a loose disc of Virtua Fighter 2 and an empty jewel case for Fighters Mega Mix. Or I just have to buy both again. But Fighters Mega Mix is a really fun game. I really like it. So, I mean, I kind of win anyway. Right? Right? Oh, man. Speaking of really good games, Panzer Dragoon. I really like this game, too. I've not finished it. I've gotten close to finishing it, but I haven't yet. And this is just a really good game. I really love, again, we're talking about God tier soundtracks here. This is one. It's just amazing. I love this game. I know it's short, and I know that's like a flaw that a lot of people say it has, but I don't really care. It's hard to tell whether or not this is in focus. because of the screen. But anyway, yeah, really good game. I really like this. So, all right, next we have a controversial one. This is the Yakuken Special. Basically, this is I got this because I'm a big fan of Adam Koralik, and he said he got this game because it's kind of like one of those weird Japanese exclusive games that would never have a hope in coming to the US. And it's basically strip, rock, paper, scissors, and you can play against all these girls, and it cheats, and yeah, it cheats. Someone dug into the code, and they saw that the game is designed to be as difficult as possible by cheating. I'm pretty sure, at least. I know there's like a bootleg PS1 version that fixes the cheating issue, but good luck finding that because it's a bootleg and it's Japanese only. So, but this is based off of like a series of arcade games from back in the day, apparently. And actually, this series can go, or this style of game goes all the way back to like the Famicom. It's wild, dude. It's so wild. The Famicom disk system in particular, but yeah. Well, I'll be dipped. I found some PS1 games in my Saturn collection, and it goes to show just how crazy I am because it turns out I didn't remember that I had these games. One of these is Ridge Racer! Right? That's still a meme. Can I still make that joke? Ridge Racer Revolution. Awesome. Awesome game. I like it. I like it a lot. I played it a lot a couple years ago. Unironically, during Golden Week when I had nothing better to do. Awesome. And then DX Monopoly. Why? Because who doesn't like themselves a good dose of Monopoly? You know what I mean? Dang it. Look, okay, I'm going to show you the... Alright, so here's Yakuken, right? Let's see. Will this focus? It will. Alright. From afar, would you be able to tell which one is which? That's my dilemma. Alright? Alright. Okay. Wow, this is a really noisy picture suddenly. But next we have the Kombini, as I mentioned previously. The convenience store. This is a simulation game that requires a level of Japanese that I don't have, but it's a really popular series. So, and it has another. I think it's a series by the same company, the same developer called Zatawa, and that one looks really cool. One day I'll get that one. But I also have Virtual On. This is a really cool kind of mech fighting game, full 3D. I like it. I only played a little bit of it, and I was really bad at it. But I'm looking forward to revisiting this game. It looks really cool, and it's one of those rare Saturn games that's like full 3D and looks good. So. Like, genuinely great. Speaking of full 3D games, how about the original Virtua Fighter? And I'm pretty sure this is, yeah, the original Virtua Fighter. This is the launch game, and I played a little bit of it, and it's actually not that bad. I know it's an unfinished version. They did a remix of this later on, but this isn't that bad. It could be worse, right? Although I hear the 32X version was somehow better. But, yeah. Next. The last game in the Dokusei series sort of is Kakusei. And this is Actually, the first game in the series I ever got, I just got it because it looked... Well, it's one of those like multi-disc games, and I like the aesthetic of multi-disc games, as dumb as that might sound. Yeah, this is... I don't know, I haven't tried it out yet, but it looks pretty interesting. One day I will. I'll have to eventually, right? But one game I have played quite a bit, Sega Rally. I'm not particularly good at this. Actually, it was before I got the 3D controller. I was using the normal 2D game, and this is still a really fun game though. I really like it. It lives up to its hype, in my opinion. From the arcade to your console. Wow. It's not arcade perfect, but it doesn't need to be. It's a great game. One day I'll get Sega Rally 2 for the Dreamcast, but what I do have is this. This is Gusun Oyoyo S. Now, this might look like, what the heck? But actually, it's like Lemmings. And I swear I played this game for maybe 4 hours one day. And it was before I had a memory card for my Saturn too, so I couldn't actually even save. But man, this game is cool. I really like it. It makes you use your brain to save these guys, these little dudes. I just got this on Yahoo Auctions for like 500 yen or something like that. Definitely worth it. Lots of gameplay here. Awesome. Yeah, it's 2D, but 2D games are cool. But how about Knights, a 3D game? And I didn't make much progress in this game when I first got it because, of course, it was before I got the 3D controller. But now I can play this with the 3D controller, and I'm sure it plays amazingly with it. Because it didn't play that bad with the 2D controller either. It just so happened that I was really bad at it because I didn't know how to play it. But I watched Digital Foundry DF Retro video talking about this game, and they were talking about like how to get A ranks and stuff, so it looks pretty cool. My battery's about to die again because that's how it goes. But we know Saturn collection is complete without Puyo Puyo Sun 2. So I got this, and this is basically just Dr. Robotnik's main bean machine with a reskin. Yeah, it's tough, but that's Puyo Puyo for you. But I'm glad I have it though. It's good to have. You can't go wrong with Puyo Puyo, am I right? Next we have this one, Pia Carrot e Yokoso 2. I guess the first one is the one that you want. So this one can be found pretty much everywhere for nothing. But I've heard Japanese gamers say this one's kind of meh. I could be wrong, but I watched a Japanese YouTuber talk about this. Well, not talk, but put text over still images giving their opinion, because that's Japanese YouTube for you. That's okay. Because we have Race Driving, this Atari game that runs famously terribly on the Sega Saturn. Actually, I got to a point where I could master this game. I beat this game at one point, and I even set some lap times on this in manual transmission, believe it or not. This game plays very archaically in terms of like the rules that the game's physics play by. But once you learn it, it's actually a pretty simple game. It kind of melts away, the difficulty does. So, Race Driving. Great soundtrack, though. One of my favorite Sega Saturn soundtracks. And it's one of those games where you can just rip the soundtrack directly off the disc. So, yeah. And a leaning tower of Saturn games behind me. Next, we have this one. This looks like a horror game. Oh yeah, it's got like FMV stuff in it. I don't know, it looks kind of weird. That's why I got it, because it looked kind of weird. Kind of exploring some kind of haunted mansion or something. Really don't know, but it's for all ages, so it can't be that scary. Next, we have Omakase Seibas. Basically, this is a game where you can play with 3 different members of this Sentai group, and you're going around fighting this this mysterious monster. It's really like dumb, but it's fun. And I got into a bidding war over this game with some guy, and I obviously won. I'm so glad I did, because it's pretty awesome. One day I'll make like a full video about it. I did do a small like Let's Play segment about it, but anyway, yes, Super Real Mahjong PVI. This is a full-blown hentai game, as you can see. And I'm terrible at Mahjong. I remember grinding this game for 8 hours, and I actually did unlock the ending to one of them at least. 8 hours straight of this, and that was before I had a memory card, so you know how that goes. But, can I show you the back? I probably shouldn't. There's nothing, like, weird on the back. Well, I mean, whatever. Anyway, you get the point. Next game I have, which I've played through a few times, is this one. I have to be very careful. This is kind of like Osama game. It's basically like a... It kind of reminds me of, like, I don't know, Mario Party for, like, horny people. For lack of a better term. Maybe I'll re-upload my gameplay from this playthrough, because I played through all of the different girls. I didn't win all of the matches, but I won a lot of them, so I might re-upload those, maybe. If you made it this far into the video, put Osama Gameu in the comments, and I'll see if I can do a long play of it. I can edit that all together. And then I have Gale Racer. Now, originally I went to the game store I bought this from, well, a secondhand store I bought this from. I was actually looking for Outrun, because the Saturn version of Outrun is really, really good. And it's also extremely expensive and not common out here, apparently. So I got the next best thing, Gale Racer. I know it's not as good, but it looks interesting enough. And it's got Sonic in it, so it's gotta be good, right? Gotta go fat. Sonic X ruined Sonic. Sonic never said gotta go fast. That was a meme. Looks like a skyscraper from China. What the? Whoa! I gotta fix this. It's really precarious now. Alright, anyway. Sonic never said gotta go fast. That was never one of his catchphrases. That was a Sonic X American for kids version intro only. Gosh. Alright, anyway. I don't know why I just... Anyway. Next, we're almost done. Deep Fear. This is like the Saturn game that I found this, and I saw that this was basically like a Resident Evil clone exclusive to the Saturn, and I knew there were going to be YouTubers who were going to start covering this and being like, the Saturn's Resident Evil clone nobody ever played, or something like that, because it only came out in Japan. And I'm like, I saw that happening, and this was super cheap at the time, so I bought it. And, well, now they're hard to find. Because I was right! Anyway, last, Biohazard. This is like an impulse buy. I was literally leaving. I was literally leaving Nagoya, and I found this, and I'm like, gotta get it. So I got it. It's awesome. I played this, like, I binged this the year I got it. on my birthday, just all day, front to back. Beat the game, awesome. Would do it again. 10 out of 10. I know it's slightly different from the PlayStation version graphically, but that's just how the Sega Saturn rolls. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? But yeah, those are my Saturn games. I think that's like 31 games. Imagine that. And it's only uphill from here, but I have to charge my battery again, so I'll see you later for me, but sooner for you. Yay. Alright, we's back. And so now I'm going to talk about my Famicom games. I don't have very many because I don't have a Famicom. But, let me just reach over here. I have a big, delicate tower right next to my hand, so I need to be very careful. But the first game you probably saw is Super Mario Brothers, because of course. Wow, that was actually a little expensive, huh? 510 yen for a not that clean. Well, the pins aren't too bad, I don't think. Could use a little bit of cleaning, I guess. But hey, it works. Yeah, it's just Super Mario Brothers, except it's the Famicom version. I mean, it's a must-have, right? So, set that over here. Next, we have, reaching over here, Super Mario Brothers 3. This game was one of my favorite games when I was a kid. One of the first, it's not the first game I ever played, but it's definitely up there. It's probably the second or third game I ever played. And that's pretty cool, I think. It was one of those games that really kind of made me like think, like how perceive games as something that could be like some kind of big world or something. It was kind of immersive in a way, I guess. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's really cool. Ooh, that's a clean one, too. And I think this was actually cheaper than Super Mario Bros. 1, so go figure. And I've actually played these cartridges quite a bit. I have this 8-bit handheld device that unfortunately stopped working, which is too bad. Anyway, next we have... You're gonna see how much I like Mega Man here. We have Rockman 3. Yeah, I got this at a Super Potato. I'm pretty sure I got this at a Super Potato for actually pretty cheap. And that's where I also got my 8-bit Pocket, I think it's called, which it's really not a Pocket to be honest, but and because my phone was dead and I wanted something to entertain me on my way back because I was taking the bullet train. It was going to take a couple hours. And why not get some Mega Man? So this was one of the games that I got, Rockman 3. It was my favorite Mega Man game when I was a kid, but now I just can't imagine why it would have been, but it's still good though. I especially that soundtrack though. All right. Next, we have Rockman 4, Mega Man 4. Now, look at that artwork. Isn't that pretty cool? But yeah, no, this game is a banger. I really like this one. Oh, some people don't like it because it's the one that has the like the Mega Buster with the charge blast and everything. There are a lot of people who apparently don't like that, but I quite enjoy that edition. It's not my favorite game in the series, I don't think, but it is up there. I think it's a little underrated, if I do say so myself. And then finally, one more Rockman game. Can you guess which one it is? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 6? No, it's 5. Yeah, no, Rockman 5. We got Rockman, we got Treble, we got Blues over there. Oh no, not Treble. Sorry, that's Rush. My bad. Treble is 2 games after this one. Am I right? Alright, anyway. So, yeah, Rockman 5. This one is probably up there as one of... I like it more than 4, I think. I don't know. I actually really like this one. I like what they did with it. It's got some pretty cool things going on, especially with the way it tells its story. It's like, I know Rockman 4 was the first one to really like tell a pretty, like a really in-depth story, I guess, but this one continued that in a really big way, and I kind of like that. So yeah, those are my Famicom games. I only have 5, but yeah, pretty neat, pretty nice, and they're all, well, yellow, green, orange, and wow, this shows up as blue on my camera, but it's not. It's just like a different shade of green in real life. That's weird. It's kind of like that 90s, you know, that 90s car teal color? It's kind of like that. Anyway, on to the next one. Wow, my hand looked purple there. Look at that. The yellow really throws off the light. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Does a yellow fix anything? Let me check here. Yeah, look at that. That's really weird. Anyway, sorry. Before we get into Super Famicom games proper, I should probably get into the Super Game Boy that I have. And I do have a Game Boy game in there already. And so this is the Super Game Boy. And can you guess what Game Boy game this is? It is Rockman World. Because, of course, I can't have enough Rockman. I probably have more Rockman games than Sonic at this point. I mean, can you blame me, though? This game is awesome. I mean, Rockman World 5 is probably, like, the best one, objectively speaking. But this game, I mean, all the Rockman World games are great. But this one is really good, too. Really solid. It got kind of middling reviews, I guess, on YouTube from some people whose opinions I do respect about this game. I can understand where they're coming from, but the shortcomings I didn't really mind. Of course, I played it on the Switch since this bad boy doesn't work yet for whatever reason. I'm not entirely sure why, but it could have been my Super Famicom because I have 2 of them and one of them wasn't working right. So that could have been it. I'm not sure. I've yet to test it on the newer one, I don't think. So yeah, there's my Super Game Boy with Rockman World. Well, as soon as I saw this, I knew I had to get it. So yeah, but now, I'll set that over here. Let's talk about Super Famicom games. I don't have that many, but I have a good number of them. Well, because we were talking about Rockman, of course we gotta start this off with the best Rockman game of all time, Rockman Soccer. I'm actually really glad I picked this up because now I can't find a single copy of it anywhere. This one was about 900 yen. It is what it is. I have gotten past one guy on here so far. But, you know, soccer games, I'm not a huge soccer fan. I know people in the UK are really upset with me probably because, oh, it's football. You know, I mean, you know, that's respectable, I guess. You're entitled to your opinion, but I don't know, man. I don't get this game. But I don't think a lot of other people do either, so I think it's okay. I have it because I want to finish it eventually. This was actually plugged into my Super Famicom. I actually had to go and pull it out. That's my as I smash the game. That is my dedication to finishing this game, even though I haven't touched it in almost a year. Oh man, I think it's been almost a year. That's insane. Alright, so yeah, there's that bad boy. Okay, where am I putting this? That's a good question. I'll just put it over here. I'll be very careful. Next, we go from that to Donkey Kong Country 2, or just Super Donkey Kong 2 in Japan. This so I've played a little bit of this on co-op with a friend of mine, and this game, via the Nintendo Switch online, the not virtual console, but whatever it is, really fun. I really like it. I like challenging games, especially when you have lag, but when you're dealing with lag, but besides that, this is a really cool game. I actually really want to try this on the Super Famicom proper. So I got this a while ago, but it's just nice to have. You know what I mean? And I hope I have the third one. We'll find out. I can't remember. Next we have Zelda. Of course, gotta have me some Zelda. This is The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past. There it is. That's the one. There's so many games. Yeah, The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past. This was a pretty cool game, of course. This is the one and I believe only game that I captured off of my malfunctioning Super Famicom, which I still have. It's somewhere down here. And I mean, this was a pretty cool game, I gotta say. I really like the music, but of course I really like the Super Nintendo like sound font anyway. So, you know, you can't complain about that. Really cool game. Really glad I have it. Got it for pretty cheap too. So, that's pretty cool. Next. Oh, you thought I was finished with Rockman? Nope. Rockman X, one of my all-time favorite games. This is like one of the first games in the series I ever finished. Or the Rockman X series, I should say. And this one is really cool. It's in really good working order and plays really well. I argue it actually plays better on native hardware than it does on my PC, which is pretty insane, but you know, that's the world we live in. But that's not all, because I also have, I don't know why it's out of order, but Rockman X3. This one I got for even cheaper. This was the cheapest one. And this uses the Super FX chip. I think the FX1, if I remember correctly. And this game is I don't have a whole lot of experience with it, but looking at its presentation, especially of the last boss with like the wireframe and everything. I know X2 did that as well, I'm pretty sure, but it's just really cool. And this game was so good. It was like a cross-gen game. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but you could also get this same game on PS1 and Sega Saturn back in the day. And you can find copies of those pretty easily, at least in Japan, so that's pretty cool. I've debated whether or not I should pick up those copies as well. Still thinking about it, but at least I have the Super Famicom original. That's the killer app right there. Next, a game that has always fascinated me for a very long time. That is Pilot Wings, one of the launch titles for the Super Famicom, at least in North America. And I played a little bit of this game to test out my new Super Famicom when I got it last year. Worked beautifully. This game is... man, I want to make a video about this. It's such a cool like tech demo of what the Super Famicom, Super Nintendo's like Mode 7 could do. It's just so cool. I really like that. I really like the presentation of this game, just how it looks and how it plays. It feels like a flight sim, more so than like... Well, okay, maybe it doesn't feel exactly like a flight sim. It kind of feels like Ace Combat, I guess, like the first one, where it's like kind of simmy, but like kind of not. It's pretty cool, though. I like this. And next we have... so this is called Super Mario Yoshi's Island, but of course in the West we know this as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. I got this. Again, we got another Super FX chip. And I actually forgot I had this, if I'm going to be totally honest. But it looks like a really neat game, a really clever, it just really creative, you know. Nintendo have always been the kind of company that doesn't want to recycle the same like game over and over, much to the chagrin of many, I'm sure. But they end up coming out with some pretty neat ideas as a result. I mean, think Luigi's Mansion, for example, or this game. I don't know, man. Yeah, you know, awesome. I know, like, crying baby Mario and everything, but whatever. And I was right, have Super Donkey Kong 3 or Donkey Kong Country 3. I got this I got this sometime last year, probably like late in the summer. Last summer I got a lot of games. And this was one of the last. This was included in one of the last batches I got. I found it. I'm like, okay, you know what? I've been seeing this everywhere. I'm just gonna grab this, and so I did. And I got this actually at the same time as I got Mario Kart DS, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, at the same place. I had coupons. I had too many coupons, and I was trying to use them all, but I kept getting more, including this time. It was a source of much despair for me. I was at I couldn't get rid of those coupons fast enough, unfortunately. But, you know, that's fine. Anyway, next game we have is F-Zero. Of course, no Super Nintendo, Super Famicom collection is complete without F-Zero, am I right? This is the first adventure of what? Of our new hero, Captain Falcon. Little is known about him except that he was born in the city of Port Town. Port Town? Yeah, Port Town. And has become the galaxy's greatest prize winner. That's pretty cool. And that's all in English too, even though this is obviously the Japanese version. Pretty cool. F-Zero. So actually, I do have a little bit of a story. There is a Super Nintendo game whose name I don't remember, but it wasn't F-Zero. It was some kind of F-Zero clone that my uncle had, and it was really interesting. It was so similar to this, but it wasn't F-Zero. I need to look that up now. But yeah, that's why I got that, because I'm like, well, if that ripoff is that good, then this has got to be amazing. So, and I've seen a lot of good things about it. So, James and Mike Mondays, I think I watched a Let's Play by them. All right, and of course, Super Donkey Kong, right? I mean, you got to have the whole trilogy, so of course I got the whole trilogy. Piecemeal, of course, but I did pick them up in order, one by one. And Super Donkey Kong was the first. Donkey Kong Country, can't go wrong with this. It's a classic. A lot of great memories with this, going all the way back to elementary school. Big Josh had a copy of this, and he has an alleged best friend called Kashaw, but I think that's a hoax. But yeah, and then like one summer, my brother and I played co-op through this game, and we beat it together, which was also pretty cool. So, yeah, good stuff. And, ooh, don't fall on me. Why do they have to be convex? Last one is, boop, Rockman X2. All the Rockman, all the Donkey Kong, all the Marios. We got it all. I'm like, not DK Ultra. What is it called? DK Retro? No, DK Oldies. There it is. Anyway, Rockman X2, again, we got that Super FX chip goodness in there. Really, I mean, this game speaks for itself. It's really cool. I really like the aspect of the game where you can, like, collect the pieces, like the parts of, you know, Zero, and then rebuild him to get, like, a slightly different ending. It's really cool. It's definitely, it's kind of like, it kind of reminds me a bit of Mega Man or Rockman or whatever 3, in that it definitely does a lot to expand on like the interactive elements of the story. Of course, one has options and one doesn't, but like still, but the only difference is that this one doesn't feel like padding. It just feels like a natural expansion. But still, I really like, I like Rockman X2. So, especially that opening. That opening was so. When I first saw that opening as a kid, I'm like, yo, they really leveled up with this one. And I know that sounds really cheesy, but like, you have X and you have another Maverick Hunter, and they're on these bikes and they're speeding down this war zone. There's like lasers flying all over, and we're almost there, and then like the guy behind you just like gets shot. He's like, no, and he blows up. It's like Star Wars, and you know, like the trench run or something. It was just so cool. And yes, this was like when we got the game in like 2009 or something, right? On the GameCube for the Mega Man X collection. Yet that was really exciting for me back in the day, just seeing that intro. It really gives you like this motivation, like, yeah, there's a war and I'm going to help win this war, you know, fight. And I don't know, man. It was just, it's a cool thing. I'm easy to please with games, I guess. But yeah, that's my Super Famicom. That's all she wrote with that. But oh, there's more. Trust me. This giant ominous tower right next to my hand here. You can see my thumb. I'm bending it. You can see sort of. Yeah, it's tall. So next. All right, next we're covering N64 games, and I think next to me is about 1/10 of the entire N64 library. So let's get started with the first game here. Luckily, these are flat on the top. We have the game that was in my N64, Smash Brothers. Yeah, I was playing Smash Brothers last on the N64. That wasn't too long ago, probably back in January or so. And you know, this game is pretty cool, although a little bit slim, I guess. But you got to think back in the day, right? Back at that time, games followed like very specific genres that they were in, right? So, because nowadays, you know, we have games that have like all these different, like genres that are included, right? Just a mix of a lot of different genres so that, you know, gameplay can, you know, be diversified, you know. And in some cases it's done so well that it just like works really well. And other times it feels a little herky-jerky. But back in the day, you know, when you got a fighting game, you got a fighting game. And that's what this is. This is definitely a couch multiplayer game. There is a single player mode, but it's pretty bare bones. Like what pretty much everybody says. I mean, you choose a character and they all go through the same areas and the same challenges. And it doesn't even matter if you win some of those challenges, the target ones in particular. But honestly, the gameplay, I mean, it's like, I have to get used to the platforming. It just doesn't feel right for platforming, the character controls, but it's whatever. Pretty interesting game, though. You got your Nintendo cast of characters. So, yeah. Put that over there. Next, we have Mario Golf 64. That's right. This isn't the first Mario Golf game. Look, I got this for this cheap right there at Book Off, apparently. So, yeah, I got this because it's Mario Golf. I actually like golf video games. My great-grandfather, he had an NES that my brother and I kind of just ended up inheriting. And that came with a game just called Golf. And I think that game was actually featured, that that game was featured on an AVGN game at or video at one point, but yeah, it was just called Golf, and that game was actually pretty fun. My brother and I unironically enjoyed that game pretty well. Like the character looked like Mario and everything. So, yeah, Mario Golf, pretty cool. I've never played this version, but if it's even remotely similar to the Mario Golf on GameCube, then like, you know, it's for me. Next, of course, you can't have an N64 without Star Fox 64. I played a little bit of this game after I got it just to test if it worked, and it works beautifully. I have a video idea for this, and I can't wait. It's going to be a comparison video, and I won't say what I'm comparing it to, but it's going to be pretty cool. All right, next, we're getting a blast from my childhood here with Pokemon Stadium 2. I think this was just... I don't know. I don't know which Pokemon Stadium was released and not released in North America, but this is the Japanese Pokemon Stadium 2, at least. This is exactly the way I remember it. What I would like to do eventually is to find a reasonably priced copy of a first-gen Pokemon game. You know, red, green, blue, yellow, whichever one. I don't care if it's in the box or if it's in mint condition or whatever, just as long as the save battery works. And I want to train up a party in there and then use the Game Boy adapter on the N64 to input my party in there and go wild on these guys. That would be cool. That's like ultimate gamer moment right there. You know what I mean? Don't you ever get that feeling? I get that feeling. That sounds really cool. So yeah. Next, we have Mario Party 2. Now I got this game because I actually really like the mini games in this one. That and Mario Party 3, I think. But yeah, Mario Party 2, I was introduced to this while I was in college. The mini games were really fun. The boards were really cool. And so, yeah, Mario Party 2. I think it speaks for itself. I think it's it's considered one of like the best ones. So, yeah, Mario Party 2. Next, you can't have an N64, again, without Mario Kart 64. Not my favorite Mario Kart game, but for what it is, it's actually pretty cool. One of the neat things about this one is that you can, once you get used to the controls, this game actually becomes really, really fun and pretty addicting. I remember I brought my N64. The friend that I keep talking about, he's coming back. He's a recurring character in this story. I brought my N64 shortly before I moved to Japan. I brought my N64 to his house. We played Mario Kart 64 together, and I kept winning races. And I'm not even particularly good at this game, but really it's the controls. Even if you've played the game before, if you haven't played it in a while, the carts drive like forklifts, right? So they have this weird like understeer sort of thing going on, and it's kind of tricky to control the carts, and so I had that advantage just because I had been playing this game before, because I was like writing a review. I was trying to learn how to write video game reviews at the time, and I thought Mario Kart 64 would be a good game to start off on. So yeah. Next, so I had Yoshi's Island, so I also have to get Yoshi's Story. This game I got at Book Off, it looks like, for 297 yen. It was just, in a junk bin or whatever, and this game is really easy to find everywhere, and it looked pretty charming, albeit maybe a little garish, so to speak, perhaps, because of its pre-rendered graphics, its sprites and worlds and stuff, but it looks pretty cool, if a little underwhelming, I suppose, from what I've read and seen, from heard from other reviewers. But yeah, other reviewers being I'm pretty sure CGR Undertow. I'm pretty sure. There was a time CGR Undertow really felt a lot like IGN at one point. And I mean that in the best way. Next, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. This was before it came to modern consoles. I got this because I remember another recurring character when it comes to N64, at least, Big Josh had this. And it looked really cool. And I remember playing the what is it? Oh, it was the arcade game. There was a mall, Destiny USA, if you know where that is, had this in their arcade back when they had an arcade. And I remember trying it a couple of times and just doing terribly, but being blown away by how amazing it looked and how immersive it was. So the N64, gotta have it. And I'm going to, when I play this game, I'm going to do it try the 2 controllers control style, because I think that sounds pretty cool. Next, I don't know what the next game is because for some reason I put them on upside down. So what do we have? We have Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. I played this game fairly recently and I beat it, and I'm so happy I was able to beat the original N64 version, even though, so for whatever reason, the Japanese version's difficulty, default normal difficulty it's called, normal, is actually equal to the North American easy mode, which is insane to me. I had no idea that I was playing the game on easy mode the whole time. And normal difficulty for North America for Japan is called hard mode, which is just, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say to that, except this game is still awesome. It actually plays really well. In some cases, it plays better than the PC version, at least if you don't make adjustments to the PC version's frame rate, because the game speed is tied to the frame rate. So, you have to cap it at, I think, 30 or something. But the N64 version, I think the N64 version is targeting 30, maybe, but it dips below that a lot. But it kind of works, honestly. Sometimes, this is going to be controversial, but sometimes some genres of games don't necessarily need super high frame rates. They do improve with them. They can. But sometimes it's okay to dip into 20. That's going to rustle a lot of jimmies there. Sorry, Digital Foundry. Anyway. Yes. Here's a good one here. Star Wars Rogue Squadron. This game, so when I played this game for my Let's Play series, I played it in high resolution mode using my N64 expansion pack, and I don't regret it, actually. Again, talking about frame rates and stuff, this game did play pretty reasonably, even at the lower frame rate. This game is amazing looking for what it is. Like an N64 game from the 90s. Like, this is really cool. This is a great game. I grew up playing Rogue Squadron 3, personally, but this game really, the spirit of that nostalgia lives in this game, and I'm so glad I have it. Alright, next we have Wave Race 64. This is a really fun game. I ran a few races in there, and I love the way it feels. The physics, the motion of the ocean. Whatever. Doesn't matter the size of the boat, but the motion of the ocean. Remember when that was a cool thing to say? Yeah, probably the best 290 yen I ever spent. This is amazing. It's a great racing game. I haven't beaten any... I haven't, played through the game, I think I was in, the free... What is it called? The free race? Where you're just kind of, running laps, basically. but still, it's a really cool game, and really nice soundtrack too. Um, you can watch the My Retro Life video about this game. It's great. So yeah. Next up, we have a game that I got before, that requires the expansion pack, but I got before I had it. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Yeah, it's not the gold cartridge. Oh wait, no, the gold cartridge is Ocarina of Time, right? So, never mind. But look at this. This is so cool. I love how ominous it looks. It's great, dude. This game, I remember playing it and like just getting lost when I was a kid because I had no idea what to do or where to go, and the time limit always like kind of sketched me out. I had no idea what to do. Oh man, it's great. I love it. But actually, I remember watching my brother. He had like an N64 emulator on his computer, and I remember watching him just fight the last boss, and I was thinking like, geez, this is what the end of the game looks like? That's insane. But it's so cool. I can't wait to play through the game myself, because I only hear really good things about it, and that's enough for me to want to play it. And this cartridge is heavy. I don't know why it's so heavy. But yeah, anyway. Next, we have Diddy Kong Racing. I haven't played this game yet, but it is for a video that I have planned, that I'm working on in the background very, very slowly. But rest assured, you will be seeing Diddy Kong Racing at some point in the future. Unless I'm not alive when it... I don't know why I joke like that. Next, we have Donkey Kong 64. Yeah, I got this before I got the expansion pack too. I hear all the bad things about this game, and it was more reason for me to want to pick up a copy for myself. So I did. And I am looking forward to trying this game out. It seems like I'm going to be in for a heck of a time. So, yeah, pretty neat. Next, we have Super Mario 64. Is this a cursed one? Is it not the cursed one? I don't remember. So this game I actually bought 3 times. But I only have 2 to account for at the moment. I don't know where the third one is. And then when I do find the third one, one of the other ones disappears, and one of them is cursed. One of them has a dead battery in it, a dead save battery, and I can't tell which one it is. Well, except for one, I know one of them doesn't have a dead battery, and I think that's the one that's currently missing. So isn't that great? Mario is missing. Really cool game though. I remember watching Big Josh play this a lot. This was the game. This was what I like to call my my unicorn game for a while, for a long while, because like, yeah, Super Mario Sunshine came out, but it wasn't exactly what I wanted in terms of like a 3D Mario game. I mean, it was still fun. I still put a ton of time into it, and I enjoyed it a lot, but it wasn't, well, this. And so really no other Mario game came out that was exactly like this. So when I finally got this, I'm like, yeah, got it. So, and there were 2 versions of this released in Japan. This is the patched version of the game. And I don't exactly know what they patched. I'm sure there are speedrunners out there who know what was. They'll know better than I do. But I have both versions. I think the one that's missing is the OG version. But we'll find out. We'll find out together which one is missing. So, yeah, 2 of them look exactly like this, and one of them is a launch version. Okay? All right. So, next, we have Kirby 64. I didn't get this game on my own volition. I was forcefully asked to get it because the person who told me that I should get it wanted to play it themselves. And I'm like, you know what? I mean, it's a game, and honestly, this game actually ended up saving my life. When I was traveling back, because I studied abroad in Japan many years ago now, almost a decade ago. And I bought a bunch of N64 games, and when I was flying back, my luggage was beeped the security thing. I accidentally left my portable charger in there, which of course is a lithium-ion battery. When I was in Shanghai, China, that airport, and the guy opened it and he sees all these N64 games that look like friggin' contraband. He's like, "What is this?" And he holds up and he shows it to me. I'm like, "Oh, it's a game." And he's looking at the back, so he doesn't know. So he turns it over, and he sees Kirby there, and he's like, "Oh, okay." He like smiles, and it's like all like he sees Kirby, and it's like, "Oh, so wholesome." It went from, "Oh, geez, I might go to a gulag," to, "Oh, wholesome." So that's a funny story. Next, we have F-Zero X. Let's go. This was the game. This was one of the N64 games I really wanted, and I got this in the box. I don't like getting these games in the box because those boxes are just a pain to store, but it was worth it just to have this game. F-Zero X. Really cool. I haven't played it yet, I know, but that's because I'm kind of waiting to get an N64 DD, which I know comes bundled with this. Oh, that's all I'm going to say about that matter. Next, we have MRC. So MRC is a rally racing game that So there was a point a couple of years ago. Gosh, more than a couple of years ago. This was when my gaming setup was in my friggin' loft. That was a time. Never again. But and I played a lot of. I was like in the mood for like arcade style racing games, and so once I had my stuff set up there, first I played this. Because I didn't have Sega Rally at the time. And because I was thinking like, oh man, Big Josh played this game, right? No, he didn't. Not this one. This was totally different from what I remembered it. And to be honest, this game isn't really that fun. I still can't figure out how to win a race here. I'll have to watch Thab. Thab did finish this game. He probably figured out some kind of strap for it, so. But, yeah, it's a racing game. I also had at that time Ridge Racer. So, that made up for this being the unfortunate way it was. But, hey, I got it for pretty cheap, 297 yen at Book Off. I think it's all at the same place, too, which is pretty crazy. Now that place doesn't have any N64 games. Next. No, I didn't buy them all either. Next, we have The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. This is a heavy boy. What is in this thing? Anyway, yeah. Zelda Ocarina of Time. Classic game that I have never beaten before in my life. I know. Sue me. I keep forgetting I have this one, to be honest. Or any of the Zelda games I forget I have, which is pretty funny. But, but I will finish this game. I will beat it, and I will make a video about it. I'll capture my footage, and it'll be a fun time. So, I really like the amount of this game I have played through has been pretty significant, though. My same friend, who I've talked about a million times before already, he had that GameCube compilation disc that came with like Zelda 2, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, all on one disc, and I put I played through a good amount of this game. But my brother did beat it, and he did get the Great Goron sword, which was pretty sweet. I watched my brother beat this game on that GameCube version, and it was awesome. I like watching people play games as much as I like playing them myself, which is why, anyway. Next we have, oh, you've got to be kidding me. I'm having a Mandela moment here. You'll see why in a second. Not with this game, though. This is Castlevania 64. Yeah, it says Ogre Battle 64, but it's actually Castlevania 64. People say this game is really terrible, and it doesn't look like it, so I have to try it. I'm pretty sure this is Castlevania 64. That would be pretty wild if it wasn't, but I'm pretty sure it is. Because, I saw this video. I can't remember who. Maybe it was, Josh. There are a lot of Joshes. What's going on? It was, Josh Strife, I think his name is, plays. He made a video about this. Someone, I can't remember who, but they said, you know what, this is kind of like a proto, Dark Souls, Souls-like game. And so I'm like, no kidding. This better be Castlevania 64. I mean, it is a pretty heavy game, and that game is pretty heavy. Ogre Battle 64, I'm pretty sure. I forgot. But I'm now I'm 60% sure this is Castlevania 64. Oh, geez. Maybe. Correct me in the comments if you made it this far. And last but not least, the Mandela effect. So here we are. Super Mario 64, the launch version. Now here's the problem with this, okay? Here's the problem with this. This, I think, has a dead save battery. Right? I think so. Because, see, here's the thing. This game should not have, this game should have, this cover faded. And I'm not talking, slightly faded. I'm talking, someone put it in a tanning bed for 5 years consecutively. Faded. But it doesn't. So I have a third one that looks like that. Oh. Super Mario 64. They keep multiplying. Anyway, that's my N64 library. Yay! I'm going nuts. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, next I'll be doing Dreamcast games. So, I don't have a whole lot of Dreamcast games, but I do have I have a pretty decent amount so far. This isn't a game, but I think it's noteworthy because it might be, although I can't tell, it might be factory sealed. This is Dream Passport 3. This is basically like your internet boot disk, it looks like. Your browser on your Dreamcast, I'm guessing. So that's pretty cool. Of course, I haven't opened it. But it came with my Dreamcast, so. Yeah, Dream Passport. Who'da thunk? So, where am I putting this? Everything gets messier before it gets cleaner, but I'm actually making this video as a way to reorganize my game library, so it actually kind of works out. I'll put that right there. Oh, that might actually work. Next. Oh yeah, we got a banger here. Biohazard Code Veronica. And yeah, I got the original on Dreamcast. I had the option to get the PS2 version, But I'm like, this was for the Dreamcast, right? Capcom was strong-armed into making PlayStation games. And even though they have countless games made exclusively for PS1, they did do their best to try to make this was supposed to be Biohazard 3, of course, but then like contractual obligations sort of changed that, blah blah blah. But I really want to get into the I would really like to play through the Biohazard games in order, and so I do have the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games in like release order. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into this because it's pretty cool. Okay, put that down. You know what? That's probably not safe. All right, next we have, this was a recent poll. This was Eternal Arcadia or Skies of Arcadia. I know this game. I've always known this game to be like really good. But I listened to, who is it, Madular? I think it was his video about this game, and I was like, man, I was like enchanted by that video. I'm like, man, wouldn't it be cool if I could get this game? And then I found it at, it was at a hard off, I think. And I'm like, it was for relatively cheap too, and so I'm like, well, gotta get it. If I don't get it, it's going to disappear. So I got it, and I don't regret it. Can't wait to get into this game. I have a video idea for this. I just, compare it to 2 other games, which I know which 2. I won't say what. I want it to be a surprise, Surprise. There's got to be a better way to do this here. There's got to be a better way. All right, there we go. That's marginally better. All right, next we got another banger here, Dead or Alive 2, because of course you can't have Dead or Alive 1 without Dead or Alive 2, and so I have Dead or Alive 2 here. This has a proper story mode, so that makes it infinitely more replayable. I think that just makes it feel like there's more content. So but yeah, I also heard that this was kind of like at the time, kind of a showcase for what the Dreamcast was capable of at the time, which was kind of cutting edge. So yeah, really cool. Really like that. Awesome. Look at the back. What does it say? Does it have a rating on it? Oh yeah, it says it's good for all ages. Nice. Jiggle for all. What the heck? There's something wrong with me. Alright, next we have Sonic Adventure 2. I love the artwork for this. And I love this Dreamcast version of Sonic Adventure 2. Of course, I grew up with Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, but I mean, just like, look at that artwork. It's so nostalgic for me, at least. So cool. High quality, too. Really high quality. For a swan song game. This game was released after Sega had discontinued the Dreamcast. I mean, the dedication it took to see this game to completion, despite that. I mean, it speaks volumes. A labor of love, this game was. And it really shows. I know some people don't really like this game. Some people say it's aged pretty poorly over time, but for me, it's only gotten better. So, yeah. And since we're on the topic of Sonic, we can't talk about Sonic without Sonic Shuffle. Yeah, Sonic Shuffle. Because, you had Mario Party, so of course you gotta have Sonic Shuffle, Sonic Shuffle is a game that it is a wild experience, man. I remember playing this game about a year ago, almost. Well, not quite, but getting there. I think it was around June last year or so, playing Sonic Shuffle. It was actually a pretty fun time. I remember it was a really chill day when I recorded that footage. It's a pretty chill game. You know, you're gonna lose. You're gonna have to start over, and you know the AI is gonna make some crazy decisions. The worst part is that even on the easiest difficulty, the AI still knows where your cards are gonna be at all times. So like they'll just pick the ones that they want regardless, unless you shuffle it fast enough. But still, pretty cool game. And I like how they use sort of like low poly versions of the Sonic Adventure character models in this game. And actually, I read, I think it's on the Sonic Wiki, that this game has performance issues not because of its visuals, but because of the because at the time I guess the game logic was really intense for the Dreamcast hardware. I didn't know that, but I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, Sonic Shuffle's pretty awesome. Well, no, pretty awesome. Maybe not. I wouldn't use the word awesome, but it's a pretty chill time if you don't take it too seriously. Honestly, this game is best with 4 human players. I mean, I did play with my brother against AI, and somehow the AI beat both of us the first time, and I got really irritated by that. I'm like, are you serious? Because it was cheating. Anyway, whatever. I was rooting for someone to win, and when my brother won the second game, I'm like, good. At least someone, a real human, won. Speaking of Sonic Adventure. You can't have a Dreamcast without Sonic Adventure, at least. One of my favorite games of all time, just like Sonic Adventure 2. I mean, this game speaks for itself. I know it gets a lot of hate, and people like to make fun of this pose, but I don't care. This game is awesome. One of the best Dreamcast games. One of the best games ever, in my opinion. Love the artwork. Very nostalgic, and I will shamelessly admit that it is an awesome, amazing, fantastic, stupendous game. And for 1998, because this is the original version, not the international version that came out in 99, for a 98 game, this is amazing, awesome, great, plays perfect. For the I did have a couple of glitches, but for the most part, yeah, it plays really, really well. So, yeah. Next, we have... This is a game that my brother also got for me while he was in Singapore. Samba de Amigo. Samba de Amigo. Now, this game, of course, I can't play because I don't have the Maraca controllers. But once I do eventually get them and I have a place large enough where I can actually use them, this is going to be a great time, I think. I've read about the gameplay and it sounds so cool. It sounds like a great time, and I can't wait. And this has a killer soundtrack. This game's soundtrack carries Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, like as far as soundtracks are concerned. It carries it. And I know it uses like licensed music or whatever, but it's still, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's party time in Brazil all the time, right? So, pretty cool. Piece of wood. No. Anyway, next, speaking of awesome Dreamcast rhythm games, you can't have that without Space Channel 5. Right? Yeah, Space Channel 5. Really cool. This one has... No, Space Channel 5 Part 2 has Michael Jackson in it, I think. But I really like Part 2. This is Part 1. I mean, enough said. I really like Ooh La La as a character. I like rhythm games. It's hard to find good ones, but I think this counts as a good one. So, yeah. Nice. And of course, no Dreamcast library is complete without a little bit of Shenmue. You know, Shenmue. This game is awesome. I really, really, really like this game. Of course, I made a video about it. You can see it if you want. It's scripted. It's nice. It's kind of clean. Some mistakes, some flubs by yours truly, but that's all right. You open it up, and it's got the disc in here, and this is the limited edition version, which was cheaper than the regular for some reason, and it comes with a special disc. This disc, what does that say? Health beats. Basically, this is all the cassette tapes you can buy in the game are on a CD here. It has all the tracks. You can't see it in there. That's fine. But yeah, awesome. Really cool. Really nice. You know, this is a feely, basically. That's pretty nice. I respect that. But yeah, Shenmue. And of course, you can't have Shenmue without Shenmue 2. Yeah, I have Shenmue 2 also. Really awesome. Really cool. I can't wait to play it. It looks awesome. I was already a huge fan of the first game. I'm sure it's going to be equally... This is going to be equally good, if not better. Shenmue 2. Great. Can't wait. But yeah, that's pretty much the entirety of my Dreamcast library at the moment. So now, well, next we got a doozy. Next, let's talk about some PS2 games, shall we? Now, I've got quite a few of these here. I think I counted... how many? Hang on. Let me see. I counted them already, and I have 27, it looks like, PS2 games. So, first one of my actually, this is my most recent haul here. This is Demento. I forgot the American, or the North American, the English title, so to speak, but this looked right up my alley. Of course, once I can find Clock Tower 3, that would be great. But this is kind of like a spiritual successor to the Clock Tower series, so of course I had to get it. It looks really cool. I've seen a lot of reviews of this, and it seems legit, so looking forward to it. Probably make a video about it at some point. This isn't even opened yet. It's got the... well, has a price tag on it. It doesn't matter. God of War 2. This is one of those like PlayStation 2, like, I don't know. Got a weird cover. But yeah, it's God of War 2. I obviously haven't played it yet because it's still in the plastic, but I have plans for God of War, which is why I have this. So, awesome. Next, we have a game that everybody loves to hate, and it's not Sonic 06, it's Rockman X7. Yeah, I had to get this. My friend, who I've mentioned a billion times already, he had this game, and so I tried it out, and, you know, now I have it. So there's that, and it's for all ages, so everybody. See, this is rated D. Oh, the other one doesn't. Oh, no. No, wait, this is an 18-plus game? Oh, man, look at that. Anyway, sorry. This is for all ages, though, because it's just a cool action game that I'm sure everybody is 2D, mix 3D. 2D, traditional 2D action, all new 3D action. Look at that. You know it's going to be good. One day I'll have the entire X series. I mean, I already do, technically, with the Legacy collections or whatever, but I had to stop recording because I had to sneeze. But that's okay, I was digging myself a hole. Dog of Bay. Dog of Bay. Oh, man. I can't figure this game out. It's a rhythm game. One of these days I'll figure it out. But this game is terrifying, and ironically enough, it's the only game that my PS3, my launch PS3 will play because it's on a CD-ROM. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. I got a PS2 backwards compatible PS3, but it can only play this of all ball games. I have to replace the laser still. That's fine. Next, got a classic game here, GTA San Andreas. Now, I played this a lot on my old gaming laptop. It's actually right here. It's literally, I'm poking it. Right here. Yeah, there it is. But anyway, I played that a lot here. It's a really cool, really fun game. And I'm glad I have it on a PS2 because this is kind of like the way it was meant to be played. I mean, I know it's also on Xbox and that has its own benefits. Obviously, the Xbox and PC versions, you can like customize your radio stations and everything. PS2 you can't, but as far as like the graphical presentation, nothing really quite recreates what can be done on PS2 hardware because of how bespoke it is. So anyway, speaking of Grand Theft Auto, we also have Vice City here. This was another game that I really liked, and I didn't even care about changing the soundtrack to this game because you can just turn on that heavy metal radio station and listen to Iron Maiden. Like, so cool. Really awesome. Really fun game. Can't wait to go back to this. I know this is a Japanese version, so it probably censored, like, you know, like when you get a headshot, the guys like stagger around headless while blood, like a geyser of blood comes out of the hole where their head used to be. But yeah, you know, that's fine, I guess. Looking forward to it anyway. Next, we have Rockman X Command Mission. And, you know, it's really funny. As soon as I pick this up, I go back to the place that I bought this, and they have the GameCube version. Isn't that wonderful? But, yeah. Still, PS2 is perfectly acceptable, in my opinion. And why not? It's Rockman X Command Mission. I watched my brother play this game until he got, unfortunately, soft-locked, I think. But it looks like a really cool game. And I've read some pretty positive things about it, too. Ooh, Rockman X8. That'll be a game I get eventually. But, yeah, really cool. I don't know, I just really like Rockman. I probably have more Mega Man games than I do Sonic, which is insane of me to think about. But I think more Mega Man games were made than Sonic games. Anyway, next game on here, maybe controversial pick, maybe not, I don't know. But this is the One-Chanbara, the Simple 2000 Series Volume 61 for the PS2. Once again, and the fact that this game was only, like, it was a budget title basically is amazing to me. I played a little bit of this game and I didn't understand like how to level up your character, so I was like really under leveled, and once whatever experience points you don't use, you lose forever. So like I was like maybe 3 or 4 levels deep into the game, and I was like dying to like normal enemies, and let alone like being able to fight bosses because I was like level 1 the whole time. But man, this game is pretty cool though. I really like the idea of it. And there's a movie about this too, believe it or not. But obviously it's an 18, Sero 18. No? Only for violence though. Not because of the bikini girl, which is pretty interesting with the cowboy hat. You gotta have the cowboy hat. Kind of reminds me of Iron Girl, even though Iron Girl came out long after this game. But oh yeah, look, there it is, Sero 18. Still pretty fun game though, hack and slash, and like the sword accumulates blood and you have to like flick it off every once in a while. It's just great action fun in my opinion. One of these days I'll actually cover this game. Next we have Ka, or Mr. Mosquito in English, and yeah, I know it's just a picture of a foot. A really strangely realistic picture of a foot. I played a little bit of this game. It's almost like a puzzle. You know what it kind of reminds me of, in a twisted sort of way? Shadow of the Colossus. Speaking of which, that game is not in my stack yet, so I have to actually add that to my count. But yeah, this game is oddly similar to Shadow of the Colossus, but in a different way. It's a pretty fun game though. I wanna finish it at some point, but yeah, it's Japanese humor. Next game on this list, we have the drive of your life, Gran Turismo 4. It's the only one with a white case that I have. Isn't that special? But no, Gran Turismo 4. I haven't actually played this game yet. I have Gran Turismo 2, 3, 4, 5. So all I need is 6, Sport, 7, and 1, and I'll have the complete series. I want to get the complete series because I have an idea about what I want to do with that in terms of videos, but I'm looking forward to this game. It will be in a video eventually. Next, we have a game that is rated for 12 and up. This is DC Four Seasons. This is a visual novel dating sim kind of game. I played a little bit of it a while ago on my broken PS2. I don't really remember much from it, to be honest, but yeah. I thought I lost this game for a while, but no, I still have it. Look at that. Anyway, next we have God of War. I remember watching a different friend of mine this time. He had like all of the God of War games. He had God of War 2, and then he had the 1 and 2 HD versions on PS3. He had God of War 3. He had Ascension. He had the PSP games and the PSP games on the PS3. Like, he had them all. It was insane. So cool, though. I always was curious about... I would watch his gameplay, and I was thinking, like, man, this game looks pretty awesome. Especially the boss fights. How huge... I know, like, God of War 2's, like, Colossus boss fight itself was pretty epic, but, like, the fact that you can, like, slay these gods and, like, these giant monsters and these enemies that just, like... It kind of blows your mind now that, like, you realize that it's on a PS2. Like, PS2 had some cool stuff on it, man. Speaking of something kind of interesting, though, it still has a price tag on it. This is Medal of Honor Rising Sun. And this game is actually pretty interesting. I have a plan, a video plan for this bad boy, so you might be seeing this at some point. I have an affinity for World War II FPS games. I know a lot of people think World War II is played out or whatever, and I can kind of get that, but at the same time, I don't know why, I just have an affinity for them. And Rising Sun caught my eye at the place that I got this, and I just decided I needed to pick it up. Because it gave me an idea for a video, so yeah, who'd have thought? Anyway, the next game is Silent Hill 3. Yeah, Silent Hill 3. This game is a little bit controversial, I guess. It's kind of considered like a weaker follow-up to Silent Hill 2. But this was the only Silent Hill game I could find for the PS2. Good luck finding Silent Hill 2. Even after they remastered that game, I still haven't found a PS2 copy of Silent Hill 2. Heck, even Silent Hill 1 on PS1 is easier to find, which is crazy to think about. But, you know, at least I have 3, right? One day I'll get the other 2. Next, we have Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec, literally 110 yen, because the case is dirty. Like, that's literally it. The game runs perfectly fine. I've clocked in a few hours on this already. It's pretty awesome. A little bit of a grind in the beginning, but that's how these games sometimes go. Fewer cars, fewer tracks, but a really cool, really fun experience. I'm looking forward to really sinking my teeth into this whenever I start my Gran Turismo series. Next, we have something a little bit different here. I don't remember this cover looking like this. Anyway, we have Persona 3 for the PS2. Now, I got this, and then Persona 3 Reload came out. Wait, no. Never mind. No, Persona 3 Reload came out after this. No, this came out before Metaphor ReFantazio. Yeah. But, yeah, I wanted to play the original PS2 version. Of course, it's going to be pretty tricky because it's the Japanese version. But, hey, the artwork is incredible. And that's all I could really ask for. Yeah. Now, one thing that's really interesting is that I also have Persona 4. Now, Persona 4 is really weird because it came out like 06 or 07 on the PS2. And so I thought, oh, this might be a cross-gen game. And I'm like looking at the PS3 section, and there's like all this Persona 4. And I'm like, with like titles that get longer and longer and longer. I'm like, okay, so which Persona 4 is best Persona 4? And it turns out none of the PS3 games were this game. So, luckily my brother helped me dodge a bullet with buying all of those and told me, no, this is PS2. So yeah, really cool artwork though. Liam Triforce kind of spoiled the story for me, but that's alright. Sounds like a really cool game anyway. Yeah. Next. Devil May Cry for PS2. As you can see, it was really cheap too. Yeah, Devil May Cry. Have an idea for this. And I'm really excited because now I can actually eventually execute it when possible. So, good stuff. Devil May Cry, and then of course you have to have Devil May Cry 2, which I know a lot of people don't like. I think because they can cheese it and it's too easy, maybe. I think. I don't know. Apparently this is also like a 2-disc situation where one disc is one character and one disc is the other. But I don't know. I gotta have... Look, if I'm going to buy every game in the series, I'm not going to skip one just because a lot of people say it's bad. That's just not how I roll. And of course, because PS2, you have to have Devil May Cry 3. And I hear this one is like brutally difficult or whatever, which is fine by me because I don't mind difficult games. So, looking forward to that. Next, we have, I'm going to do this one in order too, just for the sake of it. We have Ryuga Gotoku. This is the first game, or Yakuza for you Americans who can't say the name correctly. I talked about this game in my Shenmue video. There was a whole comparison thing. This is a really cool game. Really like it. My brother got this for me. He told me that he wanted me to play it, and I did. It's awesome, and I can't wait to play the rest of the games that I have. I have a lot of them. My brother bought me most of them. Next, Ryuga Gotoku 2. This is, of course, not the best version. This is just a regular version of Ryuga Gotoku 2. I actually did start this game. I'm in the beginning of it. So, I think I'm in chapter 2 or 3. I'm not that deep into it, but, still looking forward to this. It's a pretty cool game so far. It pretty much improves on a lot of the issues I had with the first game. Just like quality of life improvements in terms of the combat especially. And the whole like recap also in the beginning is also really cool. Helps you remember what happened in the previous game. So yeah, it's awesome. We're almost done with PS2. Let's go into Sonic Riders. Look at that cover art. If only we got something that looked this good. I mean, well, the North American version looks pretty cool too, but this looks awesome, doesn't it? Like, look at that. Look at that artwork. Very much of its time, 2006, 2005 or 6 that this came out. Of course, the gameplay looks very renderware, but, you know, it doesn't matter. This is a very, like, active gaming experience. You have to be on top of your ish the whole time if you want, like, a prayer in succeeding at these races. But that's sort of the, get good, And I like that kind of thing. I like those kinds of games where it kind of kind of forces you to get good, So, yeah, cool. Awesome. Next, speaking of cool and awesome, we have Shadow the Hedgehog. A lot of people hate this game. I was never one of them. I really liked this game. Now, of course, I originally played this on the GameCube, and what I will say about the PS2 version is that this version runs perfectly fine, I think. The only times I notice any frame rate issues are like, jerkiness in terms of like frame times or whatever is during like the chaos control when you use that. But aside from that, this game plays perfectly fine on PS2. I don't know what anybody was talking about back when this game was released. They said, oh, the PS2 version runs terribly. It's like, did we play the same game? You know what I mean? Alright. Next, we have Shadow of the Colossus. This game is amazing. It speaks for itself. Its reputation speaks for itself. This game was gifted to me by my good friend, who surprised me with this game. Just like shadow dropped it on me. And you know what? I recently finished this game on this PS2 version of this game, and it was a good time. I actually had an easier time this time around with Shadow of the Colossus just because I'm just better at video games than I was when I first played through it on PS3 2 years ago. Oh, yeah. Alright, next we have my brother's least favorite game ever, Final Fantasy X. Why? I actually don't know. I don't think I actually asked my brother. I think it was because of the characters, maybe. Anyway, Final Fantasy X. I have a dream to play a Final Fantasy game. This one was dirt cheap. When I do play Final Fantasy X, though, it probably won't be this version, but it's just cool to have. I love the artwork that Final Fantasy uses. All like different variations of a similar kind of scheme. It just works. I really like it. But speaking of Final Fantasy X, you gotta have Final Fantasy X 2, which my brother rage quit from what I understand. I'm gonna guess it was because of the booty short. No, I'm just kidding. I hate everything. Again, very, very cheap. But, yeah, Final Fantasy 2. It's still in the plastic. Isn't that funny? I don't know what that is. And then last, but not least, for the PS2, capping it off, we have Final Fantasy 12. Now the modern version has the subtitle, The Zodiac Age. And I think this was the game that sort of changed everything, apparently. But that back looks so cool. Yeah, Final Fantasy 12. Pretty awesome. pretty Zodiac, pretty stellar. You know what I mean? Jelly Bean. All right, next let's talk about Wii games. Because I'm just going to do this randomly now for some reason. So, first we have on the stack here, New Super Mario Brothers Wii. This is a really awesome game. This was before, this whole series kind of played itself out, but it was still fresh at this time, and it was the right time for a game like this, because the Wii, it came out and it kind of reintroduced like games to people who maybe fell out with it, or just stopped playing for a while or whatever. But then the Wii Bowling, Wii Sports sort of thing came out, and they had a Wii, and then this game comes out, and it's like, oh wow, it's just like Mario from my childhood, from the NES days. And so they got it, and it was just a different time when this came out, and it ended up being a pretty successful series. And I like this game for what it is. It's probably the easiest 2D Mario, but maybe that's Mario Brothers Wonder. I can't remember, but my voice just broke, which is funny. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. Put that over here. All right, heck yeah, we're keeping up the bangers here, because we've got The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. I know I started a Let's Play of this, but then I got a Wii U, and I decided I wanted to play through this from scratch again, with better visuals. So that's why I kind of stopped that halfway through or so. But this might be a controversial opinion, but I actually really do like the motion controls with this game. I think it's pretty awesome. So yeah, Skyward Sword. Awesome. It was the last Zelda game before Breath of the Wild came and sort of changed what it meant to be a Zelda game, I guess. For whatever that's worth. And wow, this is dirty for some reason. But here's my dirty copy of Mario Kart Wii. I have a video about this, comparing it to Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. And yeah, this game is still pretty cool. I really like it. And I think I like it more now than I did when I was a kid, in terms of like the control and everything. Once you get used to it, the game handles pretty well. When I was a kid, I put so much time into learning like the driving dynamics of Mario Kart Double Dash that that knowledge, that skill, muscle memory doesn't apply to this game at all. So kind of coming in totally like detached from that, and just coming into this and learning it on its own merits. It's actually a pretty good game, I think. Yeah, I don't know why I put it in like that. Sorry. Anyway, so next we have Super Mario Galaxy 2. This comes with a DVD apparently. I don't know what of, actually. It would be funny if that DVD couldn't play on the Wii. That would be the ultimate irony right there. Imagine this DVD doesn't play on the Wii, but it will play on a PS3. That would be really funny. But yeah, Super Mario Galaxy 2, this came in a box. I didn't go out of my way to find a boxed copy of this. It just so happened that this was the copy that the store had available, so I got it. Pretty cool, though. I love the soundtrack for Super Mario Galaxy 2. Alright, next we have... This is kind of an essential game, even though not many people like it at all. This is the Super Mario Collection for the 25th anniversary. People hate this compilation, but this is a nice thick box. And it comes with some extra content as well as basically ROMs from Super Mario All-Stars, and I guess that's where people have their problems, I suppose. But I grew up playing Super Mario All-Stars on the Super Nintendo, so I don't know. It's kind of nice to have it in this form, I suppose. You can play it on the Wii and Wii U now, so you can get it in like a higher resolution video, higher quality video. So, yeah, I mean, maybe it's a little paltry with its game selection for some. I can kind of understand that perhaps, but I don't know, it comes with a soundtrack CD and a booklet. I don't know, maybe that's just me being a consumer, I don't know, but I don't know, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's nothing remarkable or anything, but I mean, we've had worse anniversaries, you know? I mean, how many good to bad, like the ratio of good to bad anniversaries for like Sonic have we had? Let's be real, right? So, oh yeah, that's Mario. Next, we have something very strange. This right here. So the story behind this was I was at a shop, and this was there for like 100 yen, and it's just like, what? You basically, hey, look at this. This is it's basically a workout video. It doesn't use the Wii balance board or anything. I think that it predates that. But essentially, it's like, here's what this lady right here, look how hot her bod is. She's 44. She's able to keep this physique. You can do on the Wii with her custom workout that she does. So, it's got like 3D models and stuff. I got it with the intention of doing like a long play of it at some point, you know, just for the memes. But yeah, it's something about a diet too. You have to follow the diet or something. I don't know. It's not really a game per se, but yeah, I don't know. She's Korean, by the way. I'm pretty sure, at least. Yeah, Chon Dayon. Oh, okay. Anyway, back to the good stuff here. I've heard really good things about The Last Story, so I got it. I don't know a whole lot about this game, but The Last Story here has some really nice artwork on the front here. Look at that. That is so cool. And I got this because I heard this was like a really sought-after game, an RPG of some kind, and I'm really looking forward to giving this guy a try. I got it fairly recently, so I haven't actually gotten around to playing it, but yeah. Alright, next we have Sonic World Adventure. Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. This was the version I grew up with, and I think it is a bit underrated, but yeah, that's fine. It's fun. I like it. And do I think it's a superior version? Well, kinda, but like, I don't know if I'm really convinced by that anymore. But it's still really fun anyway. I don't think you can go wrong with either version, to be honest. Okay, next game we have, you're going to see a lot of Sonic here. Mario and Sonic at the Beijing Olympics, that's what it's called. Yeah, this is just the same game that I think this is the best-selling game in the series, and it's the first one. Man, this game you can get tired playing this game, with all the waggling and Wii Remote and nunchuck nonsense. Nunchuck nonsense. There you go. That should be the name of it. Mario and Sonic at the the Beijing Olympics, Nunchuck Nonsense Edition. Yeah, but hey, it's nostalgic for me, and I like how Japanese Sonic says the dreaded D word. You know, it's funny because like Sonic is, you know, Shadow doesn't. There are no like swear words in Japanese, so Shadow doesn't swear. Japanese Shadow doesn't swear in Shadow the Hedgehog. But then when a character does say a swear word, it's Sonic. Japanese Sonic. It's funny. Sonic Heroes Zero Gravity. This is a really fun game, actually. I don't know if I like it more than Sonic Riders, since this is a lot easier. There's a lot more automation in this one. But, hey, if you've mastered Sonic Riders, the first one, then Zero Gravity is going to be a heck of a time. And I mean that in like a really easy way. But yeah, I picked this up, just found it hanging around at a hard off, and I'm like, well, geez, Sonic games in the wild. A lot of these games I got on Yahoo auctions, so yeah. It's a cool game though. Another really cool game, probably my favorite Mario and Sonic game is this one. Mario and Sonic at the Vancouver Olympics is so far my favorite one in this series. I just like everything just seems to click with this one. The events are nice. It's very playable. It's more it kind of strikes that perfect balance of waggle to like gameplay factor. It's not, the first game is a little bit too much, a little heavy on the waggle, and the game after this has like very little like motion control input. Like it's minimized compared to the first one. This one has a nice middle ground, and so it still feels quite interactive, but it's also it's not gonna friggin' give anybody a heart attack, right? So this is my favorite one so far. And it always has been. But speaking of waggle, Sonic and the Black Knight. I think, if I remember correctly, I beat this game all in one go. This is probably the shortest, one of the shortest Sonic games. At least the shortest 3D Sonic game. But like the ending is just something else. The ending came out of nowhere, but look at this artwork. Isn't that awesome? The Japanese artwork is really cool. Although I do like the North American artwork too. I think that one's pretty awesome too. But I just like this high contrast, like background. Yeah. You know, when I played this as a kid, it just got me really curious about like the Knights of the Round Table, King Arthur, but finding literature about that at that time was really difficult. So unfortunately I couldn't read anything, but at least I could experience this game because it was really cool. And we're going back to the Olympics with Mario and Sonic at the London Olympics. This is just Mario Party with some sporting events sparsely sprinkled in there. In some kind of like party mode. It really does feel like Mario Party. And I think it's from this point onward that the games start to feel just more like phone-in jobs by Sega. Because Nintendo just published these games. It was up to Sega to develop them. And you could tell by this point that it was just kind of... It just made money. Because these did do pretty well commercially still by this point. But yeah, when I was a kid, I don't even know if I ever knew this game existed, but having played through it, it's just Mario Party with sporting events in the place of mini games, so whatever. Alright, so the next game is a banger. Sonic Colors. Yeah, see? You got a lot of Rockman, now you got a lot of Sonic. Sonic Colors. Classic. You know, this game got better over time for me. I always liked this game, but I don't remember liking it as much as I do now. This is a really, really good game. I really enjoy this quite a bit. it's a little bit on the shorter side, but the replay value it holds is just absurd. And I mean that in a good way. You going through to get all the S ranks requires a certain level of mastery, not only of the controls and of timing, but also like what is it? Like being able to like optimize your runs so that you can accumulate enough points and still finish within a certain time limit. All of that's just so cool. Such a cool game. And this game is probably has the best implementation of the Wisp power-ups. I mean, you would hope so, right? But every Sonic game until Sonic Frontiers had the Wisps, and I don't think they were ever really, those power-ups were ever really utilized as well as they were in their introductory game, Sonic Colors. Really cool game, though. Speaking of really cool Sonic games, we have Sonic and the Secret Rings. I remember seeing promotional images coming out on the internet at the time of this game, and this was like one of the first games I ever felt really hyped for. Really, like some of these screenshots looked so next gen to me, and it was just a game that I really wanted to play. It took me a very, 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 very long time to warm up to this game, but after my most recent playthrough, I think this is actually a really decent Sonic game. I think I feel like it gets a little bit too much hate, but at the same time, well, does it? I have a video about this coming out soon, so. Anyway, next, Super Mario Galaxy, of course. There is a lot of nostalgia behind this game that I have. I remember I got this game when I was in high school, probably 2012, winter of 2012, I want to say. And yeah, this I remember I got this and Silent Hill Shattered Memories, both of those games. And I mean, I'm very nostalgic for both for equal reasons, weirdly enough. But this game is like one of the best Mario games ever made. It's just so great. I found myself just like putting so much time into just exploring the levels and flying around and just enjoying that amazing soundtrack. You know, I mean, this soundtrack is God tier. I don't even know how else to put it except for that. It's just God tier. Amazing. All right, next we have Sengoku Musou 3. I think that's Dynasty Warriors 3. So this was a super cheap game, and it also came out for the PS3 and Xbox 360. I decided to get the Wii version, and I am awful at this game. Or at least I was when I first tried it out. I tried it out once, and I was really bad. I couldn't get past the first level because I didn't really know what to do. And I haven't gone back since, but man, that cover is really enticing. It makes me want to try it again. So, and there's a lot of content in this game. A lot of content. It's almost overwhelming. That's part of the reason why I think I stopped, to be honest. So, but yeah, oh, Koei, look at that. And the last game, the last Wii game, you want to guess what it is? You're not going to guess. It's Donkey Kong Donkey Kong Returns, my bad. Donkey Kong Returns. This game could be, when I got this, I was seeing it everywhere because I think the remake was announced for the Switch. And so shortly thereafter, everybody started selling their Wii copies. So, of course, I had to grab myself an original. And so I did. And it's I haven't played it yet. And I've heard, some iffy things, motion controls or whatever. I'm assuming most people believe, or the consensus is that the Switch version is the definitive version, but hey, I'm always one to give the original a try, so that's why I got the original. I'll get the Switch version eventually, though. But yeah, those are my Wii games. All right, we're going to do Wii U next. So there aren't so many Wii U games, but my collection is still budding, so to speak. But what better way to start off a Wii U collection than with The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? Yes, I know the Switch version is the version to that I got the Wii U version for a couple of reasons. One, it's half the price. And two, I don't know, it was the Wii U's, like, last, like, it was the swan song, you know? And I wanted to respect this, the Wii U with its proper swan song. So that's why I got it on the Wii U. But I do plan to get the Switch version eventually. I know what I'm getting into. This version has performance issues, blah, blah, blah. For third-person action games, those types of things typically don't bother me anyway. So, I mean, ask me about Shadow of the Colossus on PS2, right? Okay, so, yeah. Next, we have Mario and Sonic at the Sochi Olympics 2014, of course. I remember this opening ceremony, and I thought it was really, really cool. Except for that time the lights didn't work. Yeah, that was embarrassing, but that's also Russia. I haven't played this yet, but I will be getting to it relatively soon. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this series translates to the Wii U. Alright, next we have Mario and Sonic at the Rio Olympics. Now, of course, this has I got a discount. Yeah, Rio in 2016 summer. But yeah, you know, Rio 2016, Mario and Sonic. I haven't even opened this yet, so obviously I haven't played it yet. But it'll be interesting to see how this game translates too, because like the motion controls are pretty much gone, right? Well, you can use the Wii Remote. And the Wii Remote nunchuck, I don't know. We'll see. I have a Pro Controller, so I'll probably end up using that. Or the pad. The gamepad, I suppose. But anyway. Next, we have Bayonetta and Bayonetta 2. Oh, this is a box, and I'm actually going to open this because I think this is really cool. I wanted to get Bayonetta 2. I was okay with just Bayonetta 2. I know it's like a Wii U. Well, I know it's on the Switch also, but I wanted to get it on the Wii U because I'm a special snowflake. But if you open this, it actually has two different cases. One for each Bayonetta game, and I think that is pretty neat, right? So here's Bayonetta, and here's Bayonetta 2. Isn't that cool? Isn't that sick? And they mirror each other. I don't know. I think that's pretty cool. And I am looking forward to playing these games too. Because I have a pretty cool series. Series? I have a pretty cool video planned for that. So now the question is, how am I going to put this back in the box? Like this. Isn't that great? Isn't that beautiful? Beauteous. Alright, next we have Xenoblade X. Yes, I know I got this as soon as I heard it announced that it was coming out on the Switch, because once again, once the Switch port was announced, you could find these very easily. And so that's what I did. I got one on the Wii U because it was super cheap. And I'm actually really looking forward to trying this game. I always thought it looked very compelling. Because, you know, the Wii U is kind of made fun of for being, you know, anemic and not very, you know, powerful or whatever. But this is like considered one of the best looking games on the console, and so I want to try it out because I want to see what, I don't know, I just want to see what it's about. It looks pretty cool. I like it, and John Linneman put his seal of approval on this, and that's good enough for me. Next, we have, this is one of the Fatal Frame games. I'm pretty sure this is like the, what is it? I don't know, Maiden of Dark Water or something? Is that it? I don't know, but the Fatal Frame games are kind of like a horror game, and it looks, I like horror games. And it has to do with like taking pictures using a camera and stuff, and that kind of reminds me of Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I know people don't like that game or haven't even heard of it, but like I've always unironically enjoyed that game, and so this kind of reminded me of that. So I got it. Looks pretty cool. And then the last game I have is Super Mario 3D World. You have to, right? This is a game that you have to have if you have a Wii U. And I got this for a discount. Because, I don't know actually. But yeah, it's, I mean, the Super Mario 3D, that's another like little sub-series that Nintendo did with Mario, of course. The Super Mario 3D World and 3D Land. I remember playing a demo for 3D Land on the 3DS at a GameStop, which probably doesn't even exist anymore, but it was so cool, and when this game came out, I knew that one day when I had a Wii U, I would get this game, and so I got it. And I know it's not like the kind of 3D Mario like Mario Galaxy or Mario Odyssey or anything like that, but I don't really care about that as long as the game is fun as a single player experience. At the very least, it's all I can really ask for it, and it looks like a very promising good time. I watched the Some Call Me Johnny Mario Marathon like several years ago where they were playing through this game, and it was like the last game of their 24-hour marathon, and it was a lot of, it seemed like a lot of fun anyway. So yeah, Wii U. Alright, so now I'm going to show my PS4 collection. It's not very many because it's just started, but yeah, PS4 games, starting with Gravity Days, or Gravity Rush if you're from the US. I've actually always been interested in this game, believe it or not. There's I mean, it's kind of a weird story on how I learned about this. I'm a fan of a Japanese idol group. I have been for over a decade now, but they had a member who left, and she went on to become an actress, and yeah, she did an advertisement. She did a commercial where she was for this game, and she was like playing it on a PS Vita, which had yet to be released, I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong. It's been a while. But yeah, she was playing this, and she was talking about how cool it was, and it looked really awesome. And so then I found out it came out, it was re-released on PS4, so I decided to pick it up. I decided that I would once I was able to, and so now I have it. And it's, I cannot wait to get into this game, finally, after all these years. A little sticky down here. Anyway, sorry. Alright, and of course, Gravity Days 2. I didn't even know there was a sequel until I saw the Liam Triforce video. But yeah, they made a sequel to Gravity Days for the PS4, Gravity Days 2, and this game looks super cool also. And I guess it really does a lot to flesh out the story, and visuals are enhanced and everything, so I don't know, it looks really cool. Can't wait to try both of these games out. I'm so glad I have these games. Whew. So glad. I'm happy. Another game I'm really glad to have is Devil May Cry 5. Yeah. This is a really... I have all the Devil May Cry games. At least the main ones. I have 1, 2, 3, DMC, Devil May Cry 4, and now this. So, pretty sure that's all of them. Really looking forward to this. I'm a huge fan of Doom Eternal, and when people said that Doom Eternal was basically like the Doom equivalent to what Devil May Cry 5 was to the rest of the series, I was sold. I like that kind of really fast, like intense combat where you're like, you have to think fast, you have to be quick on your feet and adapt to new situations. I really like that kind of gameplay, and so this is going to be a lot of fun. I know it. I have big plans with Devil May Cry, believe me. Next is going to be a very weird one for a lot of you, I'm sure, but I also got for 80 yen, that's 80, that's less than $1, Destiny, the first one. Now, I actually have 2 of these, but one of them is on PS3, and I have plans for this one too. I know it's in legacy support now, and so I'm hoping to get all the DLCs for this so that I can play through it. Because I just want to see what Bungie was up to after they finished, Halo Reach. They were done with the Halo series, and so, Destiny. I kind of want to look at it, make a video about it. So, yeah, that's going to be a very long-term project, though, I think. So, don't be expecting that anytime soon. And then the last PS4 game I have is Astrobot Rescue Mission. Now, I don't know why I didn't realize when I bought this that it said PlayStation VR on the top, but yeah, I don't have PSVR, so I can't actually play this game, but when I do get it, I'm looking forward to playing this game. I want to play all the Astrobot, all the games in the Astrobot series so far, especially the PS5 game that won Game of the Year, apparently. That game looks like my kind of game, especially. So really, really looking. And I got this because I just like Astrobot as a character. I think he's pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of Eve from WALL-E, kind of. Kind of similar, I don't know, screen aesthetic, I guess. Except the eyes aren't as obviously rastered as Eve's are, but anyway, that's beside the point. PS4, that's all my collection. And now it's time for the doozy. My PS3 collection, the largest part of my collection. I didn't even realize I had this many PS3 games. The stack to my left here is almost it's almost as high as I am. So without further ado, let's get started, shall we? With a must-have on the PS3, apparently, The Last of Us. I actually hear really good... I've heard really good things about this game, of course. Now this series is kind of like the series tarnation. The series reputation is a little bit tarnished, I guess. But I don't know. I'm here to try it out anyway. This is the original PS3 version, of course. No Part 1, no remaster or anything like that. I wanted to get the original version as it existed when I first learned about it. This came out in 2013. I was a senior. Senior in high school, or I'm pretty sure. Or a junior in high school. Finishing my junior year, beginning my senior year, something like that. So, yeah. I want to try it out. I've always heard about it, and I have a video idea for it. So, maybe you'll hear about it relatively soon on the channel. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, next. We have our first box here. And this is Eco and Shadow of the Colossus, the collector's box. Is that what it says? No, limited box. So this comes with the HD remasters of Eco and Shadow of the Colossus, of course. And it comes with a little booklet. These are really, really good remasters. Of course, I've played through Shadow of the Colossus. This was the version I recorded my ill-fated Let's Play of. But I'm actually thinking about just going back and platinuming Shadow of the Colossus. Or Wanderer and the Colossus. But I don't know. I'm kind of into that. I'm kind of into the whole, like, getting all achievements and stuff. If you know me, you know that that's something that I'm kind of into for whatever reason. So, yeah. We might platinum it. And I'm just realizing the logistics of stacking these in the place that I have been stacking my other games is just not going to work. 1 second. Alright, I figured it out, and we have slightly better lighting because the sun is going down. I like to use natural light, but, you know, whatever. Don't blame me, blame Maiden Slave. He put that idea in my head a decade ago. Alright, so next we have Dark Souls. Yeah, on the PS3. PS triple version of Dark Souls. I know it's like the worst version you could possibly get, but hey, you gotta start somewhere, and you know what? I'm looking forward to getting into this game. I like I like challenging games, and obviously Dark Souls is a challenging game. It's famous for it, and I like that idea. So I need to, I have a big video idea for Dark Souls, so, and actually all the Soulsborne games, so stay tuned for that whenever that might come out. I have to bend over really deep now, but believe you me, it's going to be up to my knees probably. Well, knees? We'll see. Anyway, next we have God of War 3. Yeah, God of War 3. I heard, so back in the day when this game was coming out, I remember people saying like, you know, yeah, okay, the Xbox 360 has better multi-plats, you know, but this is a game that the Xbox 360 can't do because it utilizes the power of the cell at its fullest and so on and so forth. And I remember watching a video kind of comparing footage from God of War versus footage from whatever Xbox 360 game and kind of pointing out like I really want to find that video. It's like a series of videos talking about every aspect of the PS3 and Xbox 360 going down and sort of comparing their hardware to see which one kind of edged out the other in certain categories. It was such a cool video, and now I can't find it, but one of these days I will. Really in-depth. It's kind of like Digital Foundry before Digital Foundry now. So, but yeah, looking forward to playing God of War 3. I know I went on a tangent there, but... Alright, next we have Biohazard 6, the worst one, right? This is the worst one. I know I have Biohazard 5 on the PC, but for the sake of consistency, I might get the console version of Biohazard 5 too for the PS3. But yeah, I have 6, and I have to keep reminding myself that it's 6 that I have and not 5, because I typically forget which one I have. But I want to see what makes this game so bad, right? Benefit of the doubt. Oh yeah, I got something planned for Biohazard also. So anyway, next we have Nier Replicant. This game celebrated an anniversary of some kind recently, and I am looking forward to playing this game. Actually, I have a series. I have so many video ideas, you have no idea, alright? But I'll tell you what, one of these days, I'll get to these videos and these games, alright? But yeah, I saw this at the at a game store and decided to pick it up, and I did. And I'm glad I have it. Now I just need Automata and maybe Gestalt. I almost got Gestalt the other day, but I decided against it. Next, we have Need for Speed Pro Street. And look at that original PlayStation 3 logo and print on the side with the Spider-Man font. You could tell this was an early game because of that. And this is a game I actually played a ton of on the Wii. I really like the Wii version of this game. I know, sue me. Oh, motion control's bad. Okay, but like I had a lot of fun with it, and it controlled better than friggin' Mario Kart Wii somehow. But I do have it on PS3, and I heard that this is a pretty good version of the game. So, and there are more cars and more customization options than on the Wii version. So I'm actually looking forward to getting around to playing this game again. I really like racing games, as you probably can tell from the large number of racing games I have. So yeah, Pro Street. You know, Need for Speed was always a really cool series for me. Even though I don't have a whole lot of them here. One of my favorite racing games of all time is Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit. The reason why I'm talking so much to dead screen is because I actually got... Oh, look, it's Dark Souls 2 again. But this is not a new one, so I'm allowed to open it. And it came with the Dark Souls 2 soundtrack. And I think that it has a map, too. Look at that. Isn't that cool? This is a full map that you can open. I don't want to open it now because it's going to take me forever to figure out how to fold it back. But yeah, Dark Souls 2, that is a great cover art, though, isn't it? Dark Souls 2. I know a lot of people don't like Dark Souls 2, but you know, I'm willing to give anything a try at least once. It's not the special edition one that I have, the name of which something of the Dark Sin, the First Sin. I see. But anyway, still, it looks pretty cool. So. Well, I mean, pretty cool. I don't know. I've heard things. I want to give it a try. I'm always willing to give something a shot, even if it's bad or people don't like it. Next, one of the cheapest games I ever bought. You can see on the I'm not kidding, 91 yen. Tales of Exila. That's how you pronounce it, because that's what is written. Hang on, can I focus that here? Yeah. Ekushidia. Oh, Exilia. My bad. I guess I said it wrong. My apologies. But yeah, I got this because it's I don't know, it's a JRPG for 91 yen for PS3. That's it. See, I'm easy to please. I'm a pretty simple kind of guy. And I also have a pretty rough copy. Oh man, it smells like cigarette. Oh, that's why it's yellow. 'Cause it's cigarette. Oh man, well, you know, you can't win them all. Anyway, man, it smells like an ashtray. Alright, here we are. Final Fantasy 13, Lightning Returns. Oh man, well, good thing my fingers don't smell like it, but look at that. See, alright. Just for the sake of comparison here. Look at that residue. Holy mott. Jeez. That is crazy, dude. I don't know what it is about Japanese people and cigarettes, but they love it. Japanese people love to smoke, and I'll never understand it. Next, we have Final Fantasy 13-2. Because, of course, you have to have all the Final Fantasy 13s. People hate Final Fantasy 13, but I want to give it a shot because of that. Isn't that fun? So yeah, Final Fantasy 13-2. I got this not too long ago. those two and this guy, Final Fantasy X and X-2 HD Remaster on PS3. I know you can get this on PS4. I decided to get it on PS3 because this is super, 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 super cheap. This is going to be the version I play through whenever I cover Final Fantasy X and X-2. Next, here we go. Next, we have Destiny for the PS3. So, this version of Destiny is kind of like, it has all of the DLC that was released for the PS3 on the disc. That's why I got it. But it doesn't have all of the DLCs ever released for Destiny 1. The PS4 got one other expansion that this didn't. But I want to give it a try because I have plans for this game. This note here, I don't know. You can't use the download code or something. I don't know. I hope what that means is like there's like a special like skin or whatever you can unlock. I actually didn't check here. It would. The reason why I got the PS4 version was just because I'm not sure if this will actually work. Oh, okay. I think it's just for some special gun skins or something. I don't know if you can see that. I'm hoping that's what that is. Look at that controller, dude. That looks kind of off, doesn't it? Maybe it's just me. But yeah. Destiny was also released on PS3. Who'd have thunk it? Next, we have the inferior version of Sonic 06, but I still beat it anyway. Does this have trophy support? Sorry. Does this have trophy support? It doesn't look like it does. That makes me sad. Because I would go back and A-rank everything if that meant I got some trophies for it. The Xbox 360 version has achievements, weirdly enough. I guess maybe they didn't have enough time to give this trophy support. This, even though it was delayed like by a month compared to the Xbox 360 version. But yeah, you can see my gameplay of this on my YouTube channel. This exact copy. I got this almost 2 years ago now. It's crazy. But yeah, Sonic 06. Again, so great I bought it twice. Speaking of so great I bought it twice, check this out. Now wait a minute. Does it smell like cigarette also? Hang on. Let me try this out here. No, not really. Oh, well, yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Well, it's not that bad. Sonic World Adventure. Sonic Unleashed, that's what it's called. I've come around on this game. You know, that's the biggest mistake I made. My video about Sonic Unleashed was I didn't mean to make it sound as negative as I was listening back to it like a month ago, and I'm just like, what? What is this? I actually like these games. What? Why do I sound so like negative about it? So I need to amend that. So that video is coming. I already have the script written for it. So. And again, another cigarette Sonic game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as friggin' Lightning Returns, but Sonic Generations, now I know why these were so cheap. Bob Saget, why? What is it with Japanese people smoking? I don't understand. Anyway, yeah, Sonic Generations, really cool game. This does have trophy support. And I plan to platinum this game. I think it's doable. I don't know where to check on the back to see where it has trophy support. But yeah, cool game. It's past cool. Alright, anyway, next we have Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. Say that 10 times fast. This game is actually really interesting. This was a very interesting experience. It plays totally differently from Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing to a certain extent, but like at the same time, I mean, there's a lot more strategy and a lot more challenge involved. This is actually a pretty challenging game, not gonna lie. But, it's... I'm interested to see how this compares to, like, Mario Kart. What Mario Kart came out around this time? Mario Kart 7? That was, like, the latest one, I think. Because this came out before the Wii U. No! This came out on the Wii U also, didn't it? But it was before Mario Kart 8, I think. Wow. That's how old Mario Kart 8 is. Alright. Next, we have, for 280 yen, with a download code that I can't use, DMC, Devil May Cry. See, I told you I had it. I'm really looking forward to playing this game. I've heard negative things about this. I've heard people come around on this. I want to see what it's about. It's a kind of an alternate universe version of the Devil May Cry like series, and I'm kind of hyped to check it out, to be honest. Again, I have ideas with Devil May Cry now that I have all the games. Next, we have Devil May Cry 4. Yeah, PS triple Devil May Cry 4. You can't go wrong with this. I don't know, the 7th gen, like, HD consoles, they're now retro, right? And so now they all have, like, they have this graphical style that's just very much, like, indicative of their era. And it's aged very uniquely. And I don't know how else to describe it, but these types of games, like God of War, Devil May Cry, these third person like action games, Ryu ga Gotoku, it has its own aesthetic. And I know like a lot of these games run on like Unreal Engine 3. Does this? I don't see the logo. Maybe it doesn't. But anyway, they all have that unique like 7th gen HD look that I really have grown very fond of. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing all these games. So next we have Persona 5. I think most people got this either on PC or PS4. I have it on PS3 because I'm a purist. This was before I got the PS5, so I didn't have anything that could play PS4 games. So, like any Japanese person at that time that wanted to stick with their PS3, just got the PS3 version. PS3, man. What'd you do for a PS3? I just really like saying PS3. I don't know why. It's just aesthetically pleasing. Next, we have a PS3, the best. Ryu ga Gotoku Kenzan. Pretty cool. This is going to be... I think my brother bought this for me. Or did I buy it? I don't remember. But I am looking forward to playing this game. All of the Ryu ga Gotoku games, which I have a lot of, and my brother bought most of them. Look at that. No sign of smoking. Isn't that great? Ooh. That looks like it's about to fall over. Alright. Ryu ga Gotoku 3. That's right. Woo. Yeah, what more is there? Look at that. He's smoking, dude. Come on, man. Wow, the formatting on the back of these games is almost identical, isn't it? That's pretty wild. But, yeah. PlayStation 3. That's pretty cool. Next. Ooh, I whacked my computer with that one. Next, Yuga Gotoku 4. Look at that. We've got the cast of characters right there. This is one where you can run like a hostess cafe or a hostess bar or something. Yuga Gotoku 4. You know, they were releasing these games like crazy. Because I know these games got re-released for like PS4 and stuff, but they're still releasing PS3 games. That's one thing I like about Japanese developers, I guess. Next, we have Ryuga Gotoku of the End. It's kind of like an alternate universe, kind of like zombie game or something. My brother said he was really hyped to see what this game was like, so I know it's been almost a year since I had this. I think this was, he bought this one for me. But yeah, I'm excited to see what it's like too. I haven't even opened it yet. Oh, don't you dare do that. Don't want that tower falling down. We're about, what, I think halfway through now. Ryuga Gotoku 5. Yeah, of course. My brother got me this one also. Super cheap, dude. Yeah, this you can also get on PS4. Yeah, I don't know what to say because I haven't played it yet, but it's before it went mainstream, you know? And next we have Ryuga Gotoku Ishin. Again, another one. This one has a full color cover this time. They really started to rebrand there, huh? It looks pretty cool, though. Looks like it takes place in feudal Japan again, just like Kenzan. Could be wrong, though. I don't think I am. What is he doing there? Whatever. And one more. Ryuga Gotoku. Can you guess which one it is? 0. I really like this cover. I really like the contrast of the white, the red, and the blue, and just the characters situated the way they are. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And, yeah. Awesome. Awesome sauce. We're not done. Nope. Still got more. Have you heard of Super Dimension Neptune? Here we go. I got this bad boy. Actually, I have the trilogy. See? Here's 1. Here's 2. And here's 3. Yeah. Can't get enough of them. The gang's all here. Oh, man. I hear really good things about these games, so I'm looking forward to it. I know the modern games aren't really seen, are kind of hit and miss. They've really spun this series off endlessly. The latest one, like the Dogoos or whatever, just sound. I heard some pretty bad things about it. Yellow Super Nintendo talked about it. Anyway, we have next X-Blade or Cross Blades, depending on. I don't know. It looks okay. X-Blades. Ubisoft published this for the Japanese audience, and I got this because, I mean, this looks like one of those, like, you know, it wants to be a hack and slash game like Bayonetta or something, and it's going for this aesthetic, so I had to get it. That style of game really, that genre of game really did dominate the 7th gen, I noticed. Like, first-person shooters, of course, like, you know, Call of Duty Black Ops or Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, right? But, like, also those hack and slash and beat 'em up games also really saw a lot of prominence. Oh yeah, did I mention I have these 3? You know what game I don't have on PS3 here? Call of Duty World at War. I wonder why that game isn't in Japan. But Medal of Honor Rising Sun is. Make that make sense. Alright, anyway. Next we have Galgun. Let's go. This is why I got a PlayStation Move, by the way. My only PS Move compatible game, I'm pretty sure. But I'm going to need it because I tried playing this game 3 years ago with a controller. Unplayable. Literally unplayable. No, meh, I'm just kidding. But I'm kind of not. Alright, anyway. Yes, next we have Dragon Ball Raging Blast 2. Yeah. I always wanted a Dragon Ball game, and I've had, like, of course I have Dragon Ball Z on the Sega Saturn, but I wanted something a little bit more modern, so I got this bad boy. And at least in Japan, these are actually reasonably priced. They're not like $90 like they are in America. I remember watching one of my friends play Budokai and Budokai 2, Budokai 3, Tenkaichi, whatever. Like, holy. I wish this game kind of looks pretty awesome, even though it's probably just a button masher, but that's okay. I don't care. I could be wrong, though. Either way, doesn't matter. I win anyway. So, Final Fantasy 13. Everybody hates this game, and I want to see why. I probably won't hate it. One of my friends, different friend from college, he doesn't hate the game, so why should I? I trust his judgment. He's a big Final Fantasy guy. He likes classic games too, actually. Next, Demon's Souls. Of course I have to have Demon's Souls. Come on now. You didn't think I would have a copy of Demon's Souls just lying around? Of course I have Demon's Souls. Come on. You think I would have two copies, two different copies of Dark Souls 2 and not have a copy of Demon's Souls? An original one? Come on. Come on. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm getting excited because I'm really getting to the end of this here. Next, we have GTA 5 on the PS3. This is actually kind of a rare Pokemon, huh? Now with GTA 5 having an enhanced edition, this is the original version of the game, which you can't really even access anymore. So this is kind of an artifact at this point. Kind of a snapshot of what Grand Theft Auto 5 looked like at launch, essentially. Now I think, yeah, it really is an artifact. Holy dang. I remember when this game first came out. I was in high school around the same time. 2013, man, that was a year. I mean, that's when this came out. That's when The Last of Us came out. I mean, we were just off the release of Halo 4, which at the time was well received, I think. It was a good time. All right. Then, of course, we got the best GTA game, which unfortunately I have the PlayStation 3, the best. I've got this close to buying another copy of this that was just a plain copy just a couple days ago. This close, but I didn't do it because I didn't have the cash for it. I mean, I didn't have the cash on me. I did have cash to theoretically buy, like, all the PS3 games they had, but I didn't. Alright, so anyway, yeah, GTA 4. Still, this is one of my favorite games of all time. This was middle school. This was high school. This was college. It was so great. I bought it not once, not twice, but 3 times. Almost 4 times. Oh, man. Last in the stack, but not the last PS3 game, is Gran Turismo 5. Come on, come on. If I have Need for Speed Pro 3, I gotta have Gran Turismo 5, okay? I put some hours into this already. It is probably the biggest grind so far, but it's still pretty cool. And is this saying it's compatible with 3D TVs? Yeah, it is. It's compatible with 3D TVs. That's lovely. Thanks, Polyphony. Really ahead of the curve there. Gran Turismo 5. I remember really being into the idea of this game when Classic Game Room kept talking about it. Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, Gran Turismo 4, 3, all of those games. He's like, but we still haven't gotten Gran Turismo 5. Because this was promised as, like, it was supposed to be a launch title for the PS3 and ended up not being. The next Gran Turismo I want to get is 6 and then 7. Sport can wait, but I really want to get 6 and 7 because I want to experience my PS3 crashing. Come on. It's like, I feel like I wouldn't have had the full PS3 experience if I didn't experience my PS3 crashing, updating GT6. But hey, I have GT5, which I guess is now considered the lesser version, the lesser of the two. But hey, I always wanted this game since I first learned about it in high school, so now I got it. So here, you can compromise, you know? Alright, the last PS3 game I saved. I don't know if this is the best for last, but it's definitely the biggest because it came in this big honking box. Can you guess what it is by looking at this angelic A and these anime waifus on the front? Look at that. I have to pull this lens all the way out here. Oh, it doesn't really do it justice, does it? Oh, man. Yeah, it's Idolmaster. Idolmaster 2. And it comes with Idolmaster Grabia for you. Idolmaster 2. And it also comes with the Idolmaster 2 game soundtrack with a poster of I don't know, Haruka, and another booklet of some kind. I got it because it was a box. I wanted a box. I don't know. This was the first box I got. Oh man. All right, let's look at the cover here. I won't tease you. It's nothing special to look at if you've ever played an Idolmaster game. This is of course based on, I'm pretty sure, the arcade games. This is Grabia for you. And then this is what the soundtrack cover looks like. Pretty standard, I think. Now I gotta put this all back. I think this is running on the same, like, well, I don't know if it's the same engine, but it looks aesthetically, maybe not this one, but the gameplay here looks aesthetically similar to Galgun, so I'm wondering if they're running on the same engine. Although, they're developed by different companies. But yeah, that's about it.